Okay. Seems like I'm here. But we lost all the questions. That's not so good. Okay, we have all the people. I need to invite back in. Sorry about this little delay, but it's the only way to do this. Yeah, thank you guys in the chat for. He's not on. Okay, so Stig can come back. Okay, we seem to have lost Hornindal. I can't invite Jan Christian. Oh, okay. Some people have been clever and copied their questions over. That was smart. Yeah, if you're not watching us, switch to the second session. Not a lot I can do there. Yeah. Mm-hmm. It's good. Yeah. Okay. I will. Okay. So Stig is in the other session. Sier du fra dem, eller? At de må komme seg over her. Okay, to pass the time until we're ready, I'm just going to answer some of the old questions. A question from Susan Verberg. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly, Susan. Are the 3 demonstrations today similar to any of the beer recipes you have listed in your book? Can we read the recipe or something very similar and then match that technique with what you see today? Yes, you can. So the brew in Hornindal is pretty much exactly the same as what Tari Raftevold did. So that's described in the chapter where I visit Terje and brew with him. It's also described in his recipe. The brew in Voss is very similar to the one Sigmund did. So that's also a separate chapter and a recipe in the book. And the one in Stjørdal it's close to the recipe I gave from Stjørdal, which is Jørund Gjeving's recipe. That's not exactly the same as Roar's, but it's really close. So yeah, there definitely is a match. Okay. Okay, I can do this one. How are pitching rates determined in traditional brews? Well, you saw how they did it, right? They just take a certain amount of chips or a certain amount of liquid Kveik and add that, and there isn't any measurement or anything like that. But Stig, for example, will do the Mariaue. And use that to check that his yeast is fresh and so on. And Sigmund, as I understood it, he usually looks at the yeast. He opens the jar, and if there's a lot of CO2 and it seems like it's fresh, then he will just use it. If not, he will make a starter. So they kind of play it by ear, see how the yeast is doing, and determine that way. But um, they don't really measure very much. So Sigmund will typically pitch half his jar, for example, and then if it doesn't start, he will pitch the other half as well. Um, and tests on over and under pitching have been done by Escarpment Labs. They did a poster presentation at one of the brewing conferences where they looked at this. And what they found was that the Voss and Hornindal Kveiks give more aroma if you underpitch them and less aroma if you overpitch. But they found that for some of the other Kveiks, that was not the case. So that's really quite interesting. So this is there isn't a single rule that works for all of the Kveiks, basically. Okay, let's see if we have. Okay, Stig is joining us. I'll see if I can get Stjørdal back. Yeah, now they are here as well. And I need to look for Dog, who is not here. Yeah. Thank you for coming in. And now my wife is asking about dinner, but it's really the wrong time. Let's see if we can answer some more questions while we wait for Dog to join. This one we did.
I can add a bit on the underpitch.
Yeah, great.
From our experience. I don't know if they can hear me through you, but
no, just take this one and put it in.
From testing at the brewery, we've been experienced that the temperature is more important than the pitching. Because even when we were under pitching less than the escarpment recommendation, we saw that as long as we had the high enough temperature on a 1,000-liter batch, it didn't matter.
Okay.
So that's the temperature turned out to be more important than the pitch rate for us.
But that was with which Kveiks?
This is our house culture, which is a mix between 3 Hornindal Kveiks.
Right. That makes sense.
So we ferment 1,000 liters without temperature control. So we have to pitch at a lower temperature in the summer months and a higher temperature when the winter comes along.
Right.
Because the brewery is from 18 degrees in the winter till 23, 24 in the summer.
Right.
So there's, of course, a bit of a longer lag phase before the fermentation vessel has enough temperature to rise by itself.
Yeah.
So if it's colder in the environment, we have to pitch higher to have a more temperature to go down on.
Yeah, that makes sense. I put you on now. If you were hearing me saying the things I was saying when we started up, that was a technical glitch. Okay, we're still waiting for Doug. Okay, I will answer Chip's question. You can hear me through the speakers, right? Yeah. I'm getting a bit paranoid with all this stuff happening. Okay. So Chip has a question. Is there a traditional recipe that might be specific for brewing as a celebration of the birth of a child? In general, were there different recipes for different life events, or was it more about each farm just brewing what they had brewed for years? So if you try and imagine that a farmhouse brewer, 150 years ago, is going to brew a different brew, what are they going to change? They can't switch to a different type of hops. They have the hops that grow outside the house. That's it. The yeast is, the one that's in the village. So again, that's a given. And they have a malt kiln, maybe a soin, maybe something else. That will make one specific type of malt. So again, that's also a given. And they only know a single brewing process. So basically, they can't really make any changes. Yeah, we get distracted a little bit here. But basically, they don't have any choice. They only can brew a single beer. So they always brewed the same beer, but they would typically make it stronger for Christmas, make it weaker for haymaking because you wanted to work and not be totally drunk while you were drinking it. The only kind of seasonal, topical change from brew to brew that I can remember is one record from Denmark where they used sweet gale, actually specifically for childbirth, and also for one other occasion. So then they added an extra spice for this occasion, but otherwise, no, it was always the same beer. Okay, I need to do some sysadmin again to get the guys back on. Which Stig? This one? I think it's this. Okay, there are two Stigs. Somebody sneakily came up with a way to get into the broadcast, and I was to use the same name as Stig. Ah, it's the right Stig. Gir dem beskjed om at de har piping. Okay, and now it looks like Dag is ready, so we are going to get him in. So we will switch to Voss, where there has been a change of scene. Just waiting for Voss to come on. Yeah, here we are. Hello, Voss.
Yeah, hello.
That's a place I remember, but I think people don't know what they're looking at.
People don't know what they're looking at. That's true. Is the picture and the sound okay?
Yes. When you show the sky, everything else goes black. Otherwise, it's fine.
Okay. Sorry, it takes me a little while to set up here, but it's I can totally live with this. It's good. Yeah. So people, we're at Sigmund Gjernes' place. We moved down to Bhutan, and this is where he lives. I don't know where he is now exactly, but
in the cellar.
You lost him.
Yeah. Maybe if the chat, if you can see him, then give us a shout.
I can send him a Facebook message or call him.
Sigmund!
He's coming.
Hello. Hey!
Hei sann. Ja.
Er du på?
Ja.
Velkommen til gards.
Thank you.
Yes. Here we are in Bulken, Voss. Vete.
Bulken, Voss. Okay. So this is your house.
Yeah. What do you call it? Sunset?
Yeah, it's beautiful sunset. I don't know if it comes through like the way we see it. I'm afraid. Yeah, it's a nice evening. For sure. So, Sigmund.
Yes.
Could you show us around a little bit?
Yeah. Here's my, what do you call it? Garden, the barn, stove, hagestove. Yeah. Garden house, garden house. Garden house, yeah. In my old...
Yeah, just go in there and I'll follow you with the camera.
Yeah, okay.
So this is where you hang out in the evenings and.
It's often very rainy here in Western Norway. You see, veldig ofte regnvær.
Yeah, it's a lot of rain here for sure.
Therefore, it's kind to have a roof over your head when it's raining.
Nice. So you converted like is it the old hayloft?
Yes.
You converted to like a kind of a living room?
Yeah. Hagestova.
Hagestova.
For parties.
Hard to translate.
Yeah, just for parties and beer drinking. Yes. That's what we're doing here. Drinking beer.
Perfect. I can't see the chat right now, so if there are questions to Sigmund, or you should route them through Lars Marius, maybe Lars Marius can relay any questions.
Can also show you the brewing facilities.
Sure, yeah.
Where Lars
Perfect.
Marius and Martin Thibault was here for 5-6 years ago.
Yeah,
And everything started.
perfect, Sigmund.
Sigmund Gjernes Kveik started with the visit those two persons.
Yeah, perfect. So we'll have to go into your house then.
Then we are going to our house.
I will carry the.
Yeah, perfect. We'll try to follow you in. If you move slowly, then we actually might make it.
Nice to have a fireplace.
Outside, huh?
Yeah. Here we sitting in and pretend we are Indians. Yeah, nice.
Good place.
Good place.
So firewood for brewing or for heating your house?
It's not for heating the house. It's for heating your soul.
Yeah, this one is definitely.
This is for that's for brewing and this is for heating the house. Yeah.
Okay. Nå må skjermen litt mer. Bare sett det som der med skjermen litt mer. Så jeg ser hva jeg sender. So, here we are.
Yes.
Can you give us the grand tour of your brew facilities, Sigmund?
Yes, I will. Here's my copper kettle. 340 liters.
Yeah, that's the big one.
That's the big one, yes.
Hohølen.
And I have the fire.
I'll show you. I'll show you.
And, this is the fireplace we use. And
So you boil on that one. Are you hanging the kettle, or is the kettle kettle will fit?
kettle stays.
Kettle will fit.
Fit it.
Yeah, very efficient boil on that one, I guess.
Yes. And we brewed last evening, and we was finished today at 4 o'clock. What do you call it? Eftermiddag? PM.
Afternoon.
Afternoon, yes.
PM.
Yeah, PM. My son, and he's just had Kveik.
We'll look into the nice thing.
So here is 150, 60 liter, 150 liters now.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to have a look at your brew. It hasn't started yet.
No, it hasn't started. Just so you see.
It's hard to get it on the camera. I'm sorry about that.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's where you ferment in that one.
And they have read the book for Lars Marius Gaso. There's a lot of picture from this facilities.
Yeah.
And as I told, was here as Martin Thibault. Lars Marius, if he's looking, he can say if it's 5 or 6 years since.
Yeah, maybe Lars Marius, can you join us here?
Yeah, it was 2014 that we were there, and then I was there again in 2018.
Yeah, 2014, yes. You and Martin Thibault.
Yes, who will actually be giving a talk in a couple of hours.
Yeah. So you remember this place?
I remember that place very well. I see you've added a comfy chair so you can bossing around.
Yeah. Only one good chair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yes.
The head brewer's chair.
The boss.
Do you have any beer in the tank?
No, I'm empty. Therefore, we brewed last night and this day.
And I just pitched a few hours ago. I don't know if you heard that start of it, but they were brewing here today and just pitched these.
Yes.
I didn't hear the screaming.
No, we don't do that hidden thing here.
That was good.
Ja. En det här är ett Kveik ring då.
Ja.
Yeah, that's the famous one that's in the photo that's being used everywhere.
Yes.
That's in the photo in your book.
Yeah, it is being used by people all over actually. That
Yeah.
photo. Oh, and I see you have some känga.
Yeah. That's this is a really nice one, but very old and
It's an old one.
Oh.
damage.
But that's
That's a öl.
yeah, that is yeah.
But you also
So this
can
is
use
a
it
this is a
for
label that they
drinking.
use for the brewing.
Yes.
Yeah. But you can drink of it.
Yeah.
No
Yes.
problem.
Öl.
Yeah, it's for the Oslo, right?
Mm. Yeah. Any questions?
Yeah, let's see if guys in the chat, you want to ask Sigmund Gjernes a question, you've got the chance. Okay, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Do you recommend having a high temperature after you add the Kveik?
Yeah. I don't know exactly the question, but I have it in 39, 40 degrees, and I, as you see, I isolate it.
Yeah.
So it hold på varmen.
Yeah.
It keeps
So it will stay warm, yeah.
Yes.
But I seem to remember that your brother measured the temperature during fermentation.
Yeah. He measured it up to 43. That was the Kveik who made the heating.
Yeah, that made it get hotter afterwards.
Yeah. He what you call it, fermented it in 39, and it raised to 43.
Right. You want to say something about this, Doug? I mean, you have temperature control and you ferment with Kveik.
Yeah, I do. We also use the Voss strain for a few of our products, and we experience the same. We have good insulation in our fermenters, and we pitch at 39 and let it free rise. We don't use the cooling or limit it at all. And yeah, we point in general around 42.5 degrees. So that's my experience too, that you have a natural high Krausen or high activity around 42.5 degrees. And then it keeps going for quite a while, and keeps fermenting for quite a while after high Krausen
And you
our
recommend this high temperature? You think it's a good idea?
Yeah, I think the ramping down, we actually also try to maintain temperature. We have temperature control, but it's hard to heat the fermenters. Yeah, sometimes we apply like an external fan with the heating element just on the manway to keep the ramp down in temperature from being too quick. To kind of force it warm a little bit.
Yeah, that makes sense. Thank you. We have one person, Ran Shah, wants to ask Sigmund if Sigmund has ever used anything other than juniper.
No, just juniper and hops.
So yeah, but why do you stick with the juniper? Why never anything else?
No, why should I? My ancestors did the same, so I follow the traditions.
Yeah, that's the perfect answer. Do you guys in Voss want to do anything more? We're getting close to Mohammed's presentation.
This is it. This is what we're doing now, and we'll have to drive back to the brew house. So for us, it's just a short plug from Sigmund's place down here, and then back to your program, I guess.
Yeah.
Lars Marius.
Yeah.
Martin Thibault, he's watching.
I don't know.
No.
That's a good question.
If he is, so.
He is. Let me see if I can get him in.
Yeah.
We may have a very surprised Martin Thibault looking at it in a moment. If we can get him on. Let's see. Yeah, he said yes, so he will be here.
Okay. I hope to see you again here.
Hi guys.
Hey.
Nice to see you, Sigmund, Lars Marius.
Hello.
Hey, that's Amund, yeah. Nice.
Blatant advertising.
Fantastic.
Yep. Do you see Martin?
I hope to see him again here.
I would love to see you again, Sigmund, as soon as we can get out of these places and confinement and stuff like that.
Flott. Nice.
Yeah, great. You want to say something more, Martin? We're running out of time for the next talk.
I know Mohammed's presentation is coming up, so I'm very much looking forward to this.
Great. Thank you. We'll see you later.
All right.
See you there. Bye-bye.
Yeah.
Oh, I see there are Vikings in Stjørdal, but we don't have time for that. I hope it's not a Viking attack. Okay, thank you, Sigmund and Doug. We're gonna switch to Mohammed's presentation. Bye for now.
Cool. Looking forward to it.
Okay, let's see if we can find Mohammed. Yep. And we're inviting him in.
Hello.
Hello, Mohammed. How are you?
Doing well. How are you doing?
Getting a little bit tired after 6.5 hours of
Yeah, I can understand.
Yeah, but it's
very
fun.
interesting festival.
You've been watching?
Yeah, I tried to watch most of it. Thanks.
Yeah, great.
Yes.
So,
are you guys ready for the presentation now?
Yeah, you can just take it away if you're ready.
Then we just try to share it.
It usually takes a while before it comes on.
One second.
Oh, I may have to throw someone out for you to be allowed.
Okay.
I did that now. You can try again.
Okay, now it's working.
Yeah, perfect.
Mm. Can let me know when you start seeing the slides.
I can see the slides. I just need to make them be the thing that's on. There we go. So we see the slides, and you can just start presenting.
Okay, first of all, I want to thank you for the invitation today. It's really been interesting to watch the festival already today. And now I'm going to tell you a bit about my project that I've been doing in the University of Leuven, KU Leuven University in Belgium. So I'm working in Professor Verstrepen lab, and it's a lab that works with yeast. And in this lab, what we are interested in is actually searching for better yeast. So the first part of my presentation today is going to be about where we find these better yeast that we are looking for, that we could use later for industrial application. And then the second part of the presentation is going to be about how we can make in the lab better yeast. So you know all that yeast actually play an important role in our daily life and in diet. So what yeast do, and mainly Saccharomyces cerevisiae, they eat the sugar and they produce ethanol and CO2. And this is the process that's called fermentation. And with fermentation, we get all these different products. And humans over generation and generation have been used yeast to produce all these different products, which make them really gain specific unique characteristics to produce specific product that is really unique in its characteristic. For example, we have the beer yeast. They are really good at producing a variety of aroma flavors. And in our lab, we have been collecting yeast, industrial yeast, mainly from that really involved in different industries, like the beer yeast, which is a majority that you can see here, that we have in our lab. More than 1,000 industrial strains we have from wine yeast, Sacca, and also some other bakery yeast. So what we thought is, okay, now we have all these different strains that comes from different industry. Maybe we could make a family tree for this yeast, which by taking, we take all these strains that we have, and then we take the DNA, we isolate it from the strain, and then we can sequence it, and then we see how these strains are related to each other. And this could tell us something about the history of the yeast, of the industrial yeast, and also could maybe tell us something new to learn about these yeast. And we did that. And what we mainly found, what you see here, is the family tree of all the industrial yeast. And we made it a circular shape, so it will be easier to follow for you. And the main thing you can see here is they are divided into clades. So you see on the green here, it's the beer 1 clade and the beer 2 clade. So there are two main groups that we found of beer yeast. And there are other clades, that the wine yeast and the mix, which is part of the bakery yeast and other lab yeast. And the main thing we can see here is that these yeasts are actually divided on a clade that's depending on their usage in the industrial usage that they are used in. So the beer yeast come into one clade because somehow they gained some genetic characteristics that make them really similar to each other in a way that they can really ferment, for example, better in specific environment compared to the other yeast strains. Other thing we can see in this graph is the length of the branches. So you see the wine yeast have really short branches, while the beer yeast have longer branches. And the reason for that is the wine yeast is made once a year, and when the grapes is available, while the beer yeast is made the whole year. And this is basically the beer yeast is actually have more offspring we make with it, because generation after generation we have all these beer yeast, we make it over generation, and this how we kind of have more domestication for the beer yeast compared to the wine yeast, which make them also more diverse. And also we can put some dates on this tree, and you can see around the 16th and the 17th century, it's we have these two beer clades, and it's around the time of the industrialization of beer brewing started. So we already have some documentations from small breweries. It's around this time is actually the brewing on a larger scale started, which we think this actually led to decline in farmhouse brewing. And in addition to industrialization, the improvement of transportation also led to decline in farmhouse brewing. However, there are some notable exceptions that we've been hearing from you, which is the Kveik yeast. And it's we heard that there are some yeasts that used in Norway that have some unique characteristics, and the unique characteristics I will show now is actually the characteristic that we heard from the farmhouse brewers, and that the ones that they reported to us. First, Kveik yeast is maintained via backsloping. What this means is that after fermentation, they put this wooden ring in the bottom of the fermenter, and this is just a wooden ring that provide a space, basically, that the yeast can attach to, and then they can take this ring, hang it to dry until they use it for the second and the third fermentation, and so on. And this was being kept generation after generation. Why this is important for us is actually what the farmhouse brewer do is some domestication, and they are providing a perfect environment to make these yeasts better adapted to the beer brewing environment. Second is that the Kveik yeast is used to ferment in high temperature, 30 to 40 degree, while most of the industrial yeast today are fermenting around 16 degree. The importance of high temperature fermentation may be more from the ecological point of view, because a lot of energy is actually wasted on keep these fermenter cooled in industry. The third thing is that this yeast can tolerate drying and desiccation, so they can dry this yeast, which make them also easier to exchange them on an industrial level. And this yeast can also ferment do fermentation in high gravity wort, so when the content of sugar is really high, and also they can perform the fermentation really fast. And interesting part that has been reported that even though they ferment at higher temperature and higher gravity, they don't produce as much of flavor, which mostly you could expect from other industrial yeast if they ferment at higher temperatures. Other thing is that the Norwegians have the culture of sharing their yeast, not only from generation to generation, but also if between neighbors, and if one of the cultures get bad, then the neighbor gets from the second neighbor that has better culture or also known for making good beer. And this how also the diversity of this yeast always enriched. So this all characteristic is very interesting for us, and for us it was interesting to see if we can first see what's in there, what are these cultures, what we can find, which strains, what they are really good at, and then maybe use some of them in industrial applications in the future. So we get this these cultures as basically in a tube from Lars, dried and liquid cultures, and in this culture you find a mix of different strains. It's not made of one strain, it's basically a mix, and we were interested in what are these strains that within this mix. So these are the yeast cells that we are exploring to pinpoint individual yeast from it. So we got 26 culture from Lars, some of them from all over Norway, others from Russia, Lithuania, and Latvia. And of course, we thank Lars for sending these cultures to us to be able also to investigate them. So the first thing, we got this mixed culture, and then we have some protocols in the lab that we can really get single colonies. So each colony represents one strain within a mix culture that we received, and then we got the DNA out of each of these strains, and then we did some kind of genetic analysis. It's a bit complex photo, but I want you to follow with me to guide you through it. On the top here, you see one of the cultures. So what you see here is a figure that shows each line of this figure here represent a single strain within one culture. So this is all, with my pointer I'm pointing, this is all is one culture. And these, each one of them represent a single strain in this culture. And what shows these lines is basically how complex is this culture. So when the lines are similar to each other, then this culture is not so complex. The strains are really similar to each other. And this is why we only select, for example, 4 strains from this culture to be used in further analysis, because these 4 strains represent the whole culture because they are very similar. While other cultures, for example, the Ebigarden culture from mid-Norway, you can see these lines here. They're very different from each other. So we can see that this culture is more complex, and this is why we take more strains from this culture to be used in further analysis. So first step, we got to know what's in this culture and how mixed is this culture. The second is we want to know which species of yeast is in there. And from all the around 1,200 strains that we did genetic analysis for, we selected 186 strains that represent all the cultures that we got from Lars. And from these 186 strains that we isolated, almost all of them, Saccharomyces cerevisiae, except one hybrid we found, which is Saccharomyces cerevisiae, Saccharomyces ovarum. And then we wanted to get to know these, the Kveik and the farmhouse yeast better. So what we did is basically we tested how these yeasts can ferment and which strain is better than other in fermentation. Also, which sugar they can utilize. Do they eat only glucose, or they eat glucose and maltose and other sugar and amylase, for example? And also, what are the compounds, the aroma compound that produced by these yeast during fermentation? So during fermentation, of course, when we get the beer in the end, we have different chemicals in the beer that we can also detect and measure and see which strain is producing more or less of a specific compound. And then we can also test the stress tolerance for these different strains. So which strains are better in tolerating heat, or which strains can tolerate ethanol, higher ethanol more than the other. And the first thing we did is we did the fermentation. And of course, in a lab condition, we are not able to to do a very large scale of fermentation. So we do it really in small bottles of around 250 ml, and we add in each bottle around 150 ml of wort, and then we add exactly the same amount of yeast from different strains. So in each bottle there's different strains of the Kveik yeast, and basically we fermented in the Kveik conditions. So we used 30-degree temperature and we used higher gravity. So the gravity we used 22-degree Plato, and we also fermented with 86 strains of the Kveik, and then we used extra 6 industrial strains for comparison. So what we see here on the graph, that each black line represents a strain of the Kveik and the farmhouse yeast, and the orange lines represent the industrial strains that we used. And this is the weight loss of each bottle that we use for fermentation over time. So every day we will take these bottles out of the incubator, we measure them on a scale, and we record how much weight they lost until a certain point we stop the fermentation. And we can see here the diversity in the abilities of these strains to ferment. So some strains really can eat the glucose and the maltose, which is until this line you can see here. While other strains, you see that some of the Kveik strains, they're even able to eat the more complex sugar, the amylase. And as I said, we see mainly the diversity in their ability, but this doesn't mean that there are some cultures better in fermenting than others, but rather the strains within these cultures, some of them are better than others in fermenting. However, the more interesting result we get when we raise the temperature of fermenting. So here we used higher temperature for fermentation, 40 degrees, and you can see in black is the Kveik yeast, and they are doing really well in higher temperatures compared to the other industrial strains. And from the same result, you can see also here the ethanol production. So we can see which strain is actually produce higher ethanol in this specific condition at 40 degree and 22 degree Plato. And for example, here we have one of the best strains, the strains that in ethanol production is from Sigmund culture. I don't know if I'm saying it correctly, but this strain only represents 2% of the whole culture. So we are really searching for like one or two like specific strains that we could use later for industrial applications. And this is what's interesting. The second part to get to know these yeasts better is to do some kind of analysis. What are the aroma they produce? For example, we can do this simply by doing sensorial analysis by smelling and tasting the beer that we make, and see which compound is more present in this beer. And we can also do some chemical analysis using a device called GC, it's gas chromatography device. It can really detect all these different compounds, how they are present in the beer, which one is higher than other, which strain produce more isoamyl acetate, for example, that gives the kind of banana flavor, which one is positive, giving the phenolic off flavor that normally is not required in beer yeast. So, and what we got from that is basically, here we call it a heat map. What you see here, let me guide you through this graph, it's complex. On the right, each row here is one chemical compound that we measured using for example, the GC, the gas chromatography device, to measure all these different compounds that we get in the beer. And each row here is one of the Kveik strains. The red color means they produce high concentration of this specific compound, and the blue ones, the lower, they produce lower of this specific compound. So we can see here is basically a mess, all different colors. And what this means is the Kveik yeasts are really diverse in their production for different aroma compounds and chemical compounds. And if we want, for example, to search for a specific strain that's good in producing a specific compound, we can always check which strain is, for example, best in producing this chemical compound, and so on. So this is just give us like a whole picture of the diversity in the production of all compounds in the Kveik yeast. But the one interesting thing, what we found that the majority, almost 95% of the Kveik yeast, they're actually buff negative. So the red one, it means this strain is producing phenolic off flavor, while the others doesn't produce. And this phenol off flavor is this kind of clove-like aroma that normally is not required in beer, only in some traditional beer that, for example, they have Hefeweizen in Germany, also in Belgium they have the Leffe. It also has this phenolic flavor, but it's required taste here because it's kind of cultural thing. But in general, it's not really interesting for beer brewer. And then within these diversity of strains, we also searched for which strains, for example, produce specific compound higher than other. One thing you can see here is the glycerol production, and we have one strain from the Ebigarden culture. This strain only represents 6%, around 6.5% of the whole culture of the Ebigarden, and we found this one produce really higher glycerol compared to other industrial strains. So here you have the beer one clay and the mixed beer here, and the importance of glycerol production is more. It's interesting for industry for production of low alcohol beer. So normally strains that produce high glycerol, they produce very low alcohol. And this is also very interesting to produce low alcohol beer today. Other compounds, also the isoamyl acetate, which is giving more the banana flavor for the beer. And also we found one strain in the Ebigarden culture, which is different from the first one that produced higher glycerol. This one represents 15% of the culture. And it's really produce higher isoamyl acetate, almost double compared to the other industrial strains. And other compound is the SO2. This compound is interesting from industrial point of view because it's important for the preservation of the beer. And also we found in one of the cultures one strain, Etrheim, that represents 4% of the whole culture. Also even more than triple SO2 compared to the other industrial strains that we tested in parallel. And all this characteristic that we search make the Kveik yeast is really an important environment that we can investigate and search for new strains. The last thing we also measure to get to know these yeast better is stress tolerance. For example, ethanol tolerance, temperature tolerance, high temperature, low temperature. And what you see basically here is a plate that has each single dot you see here is different strain. And some of them you see bigger than the other. And when they are bigger, it means the strains is tolerating this specific condition we put in better than other strain that doesn't grow in this condition. And this is how also we can select strain, for example, better in tolerating ethanol or other compound. And we use a robot in our lab that can make our work much easier. So what the robot is doing here is just taking all different strains and putting them on a media that they can grow on. All these different strains they can grow on this plate. And then we can test up to 100 conditions to see which strains is doing best in each of these conditions. Here's an example of the results we got from the ethanol tolerance. So this is the colony size, as I told you, on the y-axis, and here on the x-axis, each bar represents different strain. The green one is the farmhouse strain, so the one that include the Kveik and the one from non-Kveik, the one from Russia, Lithuania, and Latvia, and the orange one is the industrial strain. This is, you can see that basically a diversity. These strains have different abilities to tolerate ethanol. However, I should mention here that this graph actually includes all the strains that this is within, like the wine strains and the Sahti strains, and these wine strains, you know, that's known for being able to tolerate ethanol. So maybe a comparison that shows only the beer yeast compared to Kveik yeast that should be show more the power of this Kveik yeast. So as a summary of the first part of my talk today, that the farmhouse yeast and the Kveik yeast are really diverse in their production for different aroma, flavors, and also for their tolerance to different stressors. And also 95% of them are buff negative, which is mainly kind of, we call the signature. That means that the domestication signature, which means that normally the beer yeast that are really been domesticated by humans lost the ability to produce this off flavor that is not required by the beer. So it looked like the Kveik yeast are somehow domesticated by the farmhouse brewers to produce better beer. And it's really a great environment for us to go and search the diversity that the Kveik yeast have. And then we can always select some strains that's better in producing glycerol or better in producing isoamyl acid. And it's a great source for new strains that we could use further in industrial applications. Now I will go to the second part of my presentation, which is how we get better yeast. So first part I explained just by searching in the environment or by finding places like the farmhouse brewer yeast that we can get better yeast from them. And here I will explain that we can also get better yeast by making them in the lab, by making interspecific hybrids. And what I mean by interspecific hybrids is that two species, we cross them and then we get a mix of these two species. So here there are some real examples of happen with animals of two species being crossed together. Here you see a wolfman, which is basically a cross between a whale and a dolphin, and zonkey, which is basically zebra and donkey crosses, and liger, lion and tiger. These ones are not really useful because normally they are sterile, so they cannot have offspring. While our lager yeast, which is also a hybrid between Saccharomyces cerevisiae, two species, Cerevisia and Saccharomyces eobayanus, which where we get our Pilsner beer. They are much more useful for us. And the interesting thing about this lager beer, we found that they are made of two species, as I mentioned, the Saccharomyces cerevisiae, which is really good in eating sugar. So in this graph here on the red triangle, you see the cerevisiae, and this is the sugar utilization. And we see here the cerevisiae ones are really good in eating sugar, while the other species, the eobayanus, they are really good in tolerating cold temperature, where they normally the environment they used to ferment in Germany is more cold. So we find that the hybrids of these two species, the Pastorianus, can eat sugar better and can tolerate cold temperature better. So basically they mix the two best combinations of their parent strains, and this is how they can live in an environment that is not been able for their parents to live in. And there are also other examples and other sources that for the hybrids that we found. Also, for example, Saccharomyces cerevisiae Kudryavyi and hybrids with Kudryavyi or Ovarum with eobayanus and Cerevisia with eobayanus that been isolated actually from spontaneous fermenting barrels. It's not much found today in industry. They don't, because normally in industry they use the pure strains for brewing, while in spontaneous fermentation there's always a chance of having a new species with the original one and get some hybrids. So as I mentioned in our lab, we're interested in making better yeast, and we already have a collection of non-Saccharomyces and also lager and the ale yeast and the wild, and now we have also the Kveik with our collection. So now it's around 2,000 industrial and wild strains that we have. And what we could do with these strains is actually we can cross them, make them mate with each other, and then we can screen. We can make around thousands to millions of these crosses of these yeast that we have, and we screen them by using also our robot. We can check which one really good in specific condition, and from that screening, we can select around hundreds of strains to be used in a lab scale fermentation. So in these bottles, we ferment around hundreds of strains. We can do that, and we see which one they perform better, which one produce specific compounds that we are interested in their aroma and flavor. And from this analysis, we select around 12 strains that we could use for larger scale fermentation for these hybrids in around like 50 liters in fermentation barrel. And now we are able to do fermentation with 12 strains in barrel. An example of how we actually screen and select for these hybrids and how we make better yeast. You can see here on this graph, each line represents different hybrids here. And we can select the best one, the one that ferment the best in this environment, and then we can cross them together and then ferment with the crossing results. And this is the first generation of breeding, and they already some strains overcome their parental strain, the black one, and now the blue one is the new crossing. And we can also select the best here of the first round of breeding and use them for the second round of breeding and get better and better over generation of these yeasts that ferment nothing like their parents. So they're we really somehow selecting for strains that are really better in eating sugar and fermenting. This is one example of how we get better strains in fermentation. Another example is what you see here is a 3D graph, and it's for the Basterianes, so it's for the lager yeast. You know, the lager yeast is come from two main groups, the SAS and the Freuberg. In this graph, you see the green one that represents the SAS, and when they are close to each other, it means they are really not diverse in their aroma production, and while when they're a bit larger, they are more diverse in their aroma production. And these two groups, they are really not so diverse in general in their aroma production. This is why it was interesting for us, and one of the experiments my colleague did previously in the lab is to do crossing of these two groups and see if we can get more diverse flavor aroma in this beer. And you can see there are really bigger diversity found here because they're further from each other now. The blue ones, which is the result of the crossing of the red and the green one, and this gave us different beers with different aroma and flavors, and we tested each single one of them, their compounds and flavor, and of course not all of them taste good, but some of them did really taste good. And actually one of these strains here, it's used for industrial application now. So this is just another example of making better yeast. So in summary, today for us, as I mentioned, we are interested in one part of our interest is to make better yeast, and I mentioned either by investigating the diversity found in nature or in farmhouse brewing, and other part is by making and breeding and making hybrids by ourselves in the lab and screening for better ones. Other way of making better yeast is simply by putting all these different strains in a specific condition. If we want them, for example, to be highly resistant for ethanol, or we want to search for strains that are really resistant for ethanol, we put them in an environment where, let's say, have 10% ethanol, and the one that survive in this condition, we can take them and put them in a bit higher concentration of ethanol. And less, of course, going to survive, and then we're going to select from this one and use it for the next round with higher ethanol. And this is how we can really select the strain that adapted and evolved to resist higher ethanol concentrations. This is one other way, and there's recently, of course, more and more genetic ways for using for example, CRISPR-Cas9, and what we can use with this technique now is basically we can manipulate the DNA somehow, or specific gene in the DNA. For example, we have this phenolic of flavor that's more present in hybrids or wild strains, and if we want to remove this phenolic of flavor, we can somehow manipulate with using CRISPR-Cas one gene and make it stop producing this off flavor. And that's how it loses the ability to produce this off flavor. And this could be used. I don't think it's used in for making beer, but maybe it can be used now for other application in industry. In the end, this is all my colleagues in the lab. We are around 40 persons working. All we work with yeast. We use it as a model organism. Some use it to make better yeast. Some use it for fundamental research. And this is our provisor, Professor Kevin Verstrepen. And thank you all for listening on this. Now I am going back to Lars to ask if there's any question.
Thank you, Mohammed. That was a really good presentation. Very well explained. I will make you be the focus and take away this. We have a good number of questions for you, so I will.
Good.
Yeah, let's just do the first one right away. So this data that you're presenting, has it been published?
So yes, this data is actually not published yet, but now we are in the process of writing a paper. And of course, we're going to share this paper with you. And so all the farmhouse growers, they can really go through it and see what their cultures is good at and what's the characteristics of each culture.
Yeah, great. Great, thank you. There are some that are a little hard to tell if they are for you, but we will, if they look like they fit. Johan Renner is asking, did you find any diastaticus strains, so any ones that have STA1?
Well, we're still, the genetic analysis is not finished yet, so for this part, I don't think.
You can't answer.
Yeah, for this part,
But there were some that were attenuating very much, right?
So you mean with the attenuation, of course, most of the yeast, they eat the sugar, the glucose, and then when the glucose is finished, they start eating the maltose.
Yeah.
And this is when most of the strains, they reach the attenuation. While some other few strains, they were able even to use the amylase as a complex sugar to use it as a source of energy.
Yeah, but okay, so basically you don't know. Oh, that's fair. Let me see. Yeah, here. Question from Linda van Loon. When you analyze these Kveik cultures, did you look into the bacteria as well, or only the yeast?
Actually, we only looked at the yeast strains, but of course, I think in a mixed culture, you will find bacteria, and I don't know for how much they play a role in a culture, but of the interaction is, of course, it's worth investigating, I think, and checking it. But for our research, we were more interested in searching for the individual strains in these culture. But even using the culture, and the reason for that, why we didn't, for example, use the whole culture for fermentation is from industrial point of view, it's a bit difficult to have the reproducibility of the data because it's changing all the time. It's a mixed culture. It's not a single strain, but of course it's also interesting.
Yeah, it mixes the variables, but I have some indications that some of the bacteria are important for the flavor, and I don't mean in making it sour, but in other ways. So how would you recommend that I go about getting someone to look at the bacteria? Who looks at brewing bacteria?
Actually, I cannot tell you by heart now, but I think, of course, there are many labs that are interested in investigating the interaction of complex micro cultures in general, or just the interaction of organism in environment. And the brewing environment is really interesting for many labs, I think. And We didn't do that in our lab, but I don't know, maybe in the future we also have interest to investigate microorganisms within each culture.
Yeah. Yeah, we can maybe, you and I can talk more about that later, maybe. So another question. Why don't Kveik beers have a lot of off flavors? You know, you would expect it given the high temperatures and so on.
Okay, so one of the, I can give like one example.
Sure.
Is the phenolic off flavor, for example. It looked like that's been, so this flavor or this off flavor is mainly present in the beer when there is a specific gene in the yeast that's functional, and it uses some product in the malt, and then it gives this flavor. But once this gene somehow changed or stopped or interrupted, this off flavor will not be present in the beer. And
Right.
it's actually one of our biggest questions, that like how brewers were able to select for these yeasts that they don't give this off flavor. It's not solved. It's a question. It's one of the biggest questions in our lab.
Yeah.
It's unsolved question yet, but maybe there's something in the brewing environment, competition, or something related to the competition between different strains, but really it's unanswered questions yet.
Yeah. Well, it might be like you were saying, right? That everyone says that George's beer is the best, so they get the Kveik from him, and that's how they ended up with cultures that have majority POF minus, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. But
Indeed.
I think the part of the question here is, if you ferment, you know, a beer at 30 degrees with normal yeast, you get fusel and other bad things because the yeast is stressed. But it doesn't happen with Kveik. Do you have any sort of explanation for that?
Well, basically domestication. You guys have been using this generation after generation and somehow selecting really the strains that are best in this environment and taking it for the next batch and next batch. This is like domestication in action, as we call it.
Yeah.
It's really interesting, and because even it's used even before we know what's actually a microorganisms. We just have this. Now today we call it yeast. It's just this culture used for the next generation. So it's really fascinating how we come to this interesting flavors and aroma we have today in the Kveik yeast.
Thank you. We have another question from Christer. He says it was a great talk. I see several other people saying that as well.
Thanks.
He wondered if your research looking for better yeast strains is mostly for the industry. Could you explain why? So, but yeah, I was asked this by Amund as well. So you make a hybrid, and it looks very interesting, but who gets access to the hybrid?
Well, I don't think it's necessarily a question for a student in the lab. I know that we have many collaborations in our lab, and it's of course it's interesting. I'm not sure how it could be accessible for example, the people in the chat today who want a specific strain from our lab. I know we also collaborate with other labs around the world. We send the strains, we get strains. So the collaboration is not like a really. We give, we share, and this is how we share knowledge. We share, and this is how we basically do research. But I think, of course, also industry is important for any lab working with yeast to basically being able to continue the work that we are doing as a source of income and like that. Yeah.
Yeah, but I think that's clear enough. So one question from me. So you said your yeast collection has a little over 1,000 strains.
Yeah, around 2,000 actually. Yeah, more than 2,000.
Yeah, you had 1,000, and then you added 1,250.
Yeah, the first 1,000 it was more for the industrial yeast. Okay.
Yeah.
And then the other 1,000 that was the second part of the talk, it was more included the wild yeast and the Kveik yeast and more yeast that we are currently getting. We have also some kind of hunting yeast project where basically people from our lab go and search for yeast. And
so they should listen to Martin then. Yeah, but so does this mean that the farmhouse yeast make up like half your collection now, with 1,250 strains?
So no, from the what? Because from the 1,250 we selected, we did the genetic analysis, and then because it's 1,250, but they're really most of them or some of them they're really similar. For example, you have 5 strains that they're the same, so you only take one of these 5 strains.
That's where you got the percentages from.
Exactly.
I see. That makes sense then. Yeah. Okay. Great. Great. Thank you. Let me see if there is another question for you. It looks like we are through. Yeah, there's one person who wonders. So the Belgian yeasts are phenolic, right? So there's a person who wants to know if that means they haven't been domesticated for as long as the other ones.
Not necessarily. I think it just means people in a specific region prefer this flavor. Yeah. Part of the culture, part of the history, they like this flavor and they just keep it. While other region, they just don't want it and then they consider it as a bad beer. Yeah. And this is how I think the difference comes.
Yeah, that makes perfect
cultural
sense.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I think that's it for the questions. Do you want to say anything?
Well, I just want to thank you all for this really amazing festival and to thank you for inviting me. And also, I'd like to thank all my colleagues. I think many of them are watching also the festival today. So, of course, they really played also a big role in the work with the Kveik yeast. It was not only my work, and also the second part of my presentation, it was totally done by my colleague. And hopefully in the future could be in different situations where we can be in person together in this festival.
Yeah, that would be great. But the virus has to calm down a little.
Exactly.
Okay, great. Thank you for joining us, Mohammed.
Thanks.
Really great.
Thanks a lot. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. So in the chat, I promised Stjørdal that we would visit them. The Stjørdal seems to be lost in their own world. Calling Stjørdal, you ready? No, they're not ready. Okay. Is Voss ready? If Voss isn't ready, I'll just do some questions until they are. Voss seems to be asleep.
Kveik been following the speech a little bit, and some been watching the brewing here. We're at what temperature?
85.4.
85.4, starting to approach the break, and eventually the boil.
And a half. First off.
Okay. Do you have anything to show, or do you want to say, or?
We have munnharpe.
Yeah, let's do it.
Så ble jeg spilt.
No. My God. You're up.
Det er så trekkspill. Kjent når han spiller trekkspill.
So Ivar has to sit in the kettle to be in the middle of the photo.
Ja, man sitter oppe I kjelen.
Lett kokt. Let's go!
Everything's possible.
Oh!
Au.
Gi meg en stol. This side or that side? Here?
Yeah, why not?
Okay. Skal det Gauken?
Ta Gauken.
Det var fokus. Du kan stemme like lenge som Steinar brukte på film.
Tuning like the Harding fiddle, but this one is one after my father-in-law, Olav Selland. Oi. That was a waltz called the Cuckoo. And earlier here it was talked about the Devil's Tune, Fanetullen. And that do not sound the same on Johart as on Harding fiddle. And I have forgotten it. And it should be something like I had changed harp.
Det litt bare til å skifte til.
Ja, det det.
To stemmer.
Det som ordspill også, vet du. Jeg har masse ordspill.
Ja.
This is a Setesdal's version, so this is a Setesdal's tune. That was a lot of telephone noise.
Yeah. And
Yeah, I had to change the harp again.
Jeg har ingen sagt det.
Ni andre kan plystre mens da.
Du?
Du gjør alle sammen.
Ja, du plystrer med.
Plystre kivstøv.
Ja.
Det er ikke vanskelig, det klarer ikke å være
Du har ikke stemmer.
Why do you change harp, Ivar?
Why do you change harp, Ivar? Because it's different tunes. This is more, this is a lighter harp, 8-tuned. But it's fit for different slotter.
Right, makes sense.
Have to think about.
Thank you, Ivar. Looks like Stjørdal is ready. Are you finished in Voss?
We're waiting for this thing to boil. If you want to come back, we are now reaching 93.4 degrees. So
yeah, I've heard that if we look at it, it's never gonna boil. So I guess we should switch. Okay, we will go to Stjørdal. Thank you, guys, and especially Ivar. Stjørdal is now on.
Yep. Good evening. Do you hear me?
Yep.
Yep. Good day, or good evening. We're finalized with a delicious meal with sod and akevitt here in Stjørdal, and we have moved over to the Sonhus. Sadly, we don't have any instrument here, so I could take a på slurva, but I don't think we should do that. So we should move over to the Sonhus and see how it goes there. Roar, are you ready to take over?
Yes, I'm ready. Are we on from the Sonhus? Lars Marius, are we on from the Sonhus now?
Yep. Yeah, you're on.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Yeah, you can see here the kiln, the fire in the kiln. Things are getting along nicely here. The kiln is getting increasingly hot, and we got quite a damp going from the malt. I usually do 10 hours of kilning, and then I go to bed. And things are drying when we're not having the fire going on in the kiln also, because the stones are so hot, so we have some drying during the night. And then when I get up again the next morning, I turn it and do another 10 hours approximately. Sometimes it's enough with 17 hours, sometimes I have to do 21. It depends on the humidity and the conditions and the temperature and the amount of kilos we have on the frame. We have a visit from Stenvikholm Castle.
We tried to scare them off, but
one of the Vikings suddenly turned up. I guess he smelled the smoke from the Son and also the malt beer. The viewers which have been at the Norsk Kornølfestival knows him. Do you have something to comment, Jørgen?
Oh,
Do you have a mic?
Yeah, Mike. What I can say is it's fascinating to see that this is the way the Vikings, have been making the malt for thousands of years, and nothing has changed during these years. We are still the kiln maybe have changed a little bit. We have used new bricks, but the stone walls have been there. Kjerringa still is the same, and the way of producing excellent malt, smoked malt, is the same. And this is the only place I know of in the world that we are still making the malt like this. 20,000 kilos each year, and 500 brewers are making a very, very good beer and a famous malt. So I hope this is a tradition that will last for many, many decades forward, and I'm sure it still will be. Cheers.
Cheers. Lars Marius, do you have any questions for us guys in the Soyuz?
I might have. Let me check. So, yeah, there's one person who wants to know about choosing the juniper, if there's different kinds of, sorry. There's one person who wants to know if there are different types of juniper, and how do you know what juniper to use?
I can try to answer that one. The juniper that we use is wild juniper. There's a lot of juniper wild growing around in the farms in Stjørdal. So usually we go a couple of hours before we start brewing. We go out and just chop down some junipers around the farm. Some used to boil the juniper to get rid of the koe. I don't know what is the name of koe.
Well, if you boil it, you get some kind of oils out of it, and we don't.
Well, some of us used to boil it and then put it into the beer or to the wort or the brewing process, and some just put it in. So
we just heat it. We don't boil it. We just heat it.
Yeah. So I think that there's no big science about that. Just to chop it out from the woods around the farm and put it in.
I know that someone prefers the ones that grows higher up in altitude, mountain juniper, but it's essentially the same species, and we use the one that grows closest to where we brew, and we were very happy with that.
Yeah, so it doesn't seem that people put a lot of energy into finding any specific kind of juniper, except for those guys that want the alpine juniper.
Yeah, I have heard that there are some brewers that prefer that.
Yeah, me too. Professor Jan Carlsen, who's actually studied juniper mainly for use in perfume for many decades, he says that the alpine juniper is it is a different subspecies, and it is kind of different internally, the internal chemistry.
Okay, subspecies, yes. Yep.
Yeah, but I mean, most people don't seem to care about that.
No. Well, I can say something about the temperature control here. When I built the Soyuz, I did some measurements. I put probes around the kiln floor and measured the temperature. It's pretty even, but essentially it's more easy to just do like this, because now I have my fingers on the wooden boards that sits directly above the kiln, and as long as I can keep my fingers here without getting burnt, it's okay. When it starts to get uncomfortable, then I have to ease down on the fire, and with some experience, that is enough.
I noticed that a lot of the people we interview, they say exactly the same thing as you. If you can keep your hands under, then it's okay.
And after a while, when you are sitting here and putting wood into the kjerring, you can hear some cracks, or the malt is talking to you.
Yeah.
It's like that. It's completely quiet up there. So you can sit here and talk to the malt. And when the malt says, now you're a bit hot, then you have to slow down a little bit. And I don't know, have you told something about how the soy is built up?
No, I haven't, but I can say something. It's essentially inside, it's completely empty. It's just a square with the bricks. But inside the kjerring, there is a steel frame. Some of the frames are built up by stones. Here it's a steel frame with the holes along the side, and on top of this fire there are steel plates and stones, which spread
out the heat,
protects the wooden floor, so you don't get the direct heat from the fire going straight up to the wooden frame, and also diverts some of the heat and the air through all the this whole square. So the essential thing is to get air going through. Therefore, I chop the wood fairly small, so you get a nice big flame here, and then you get air sucked through and up through the malt and out.
But this is also different in various type of the community, because some in some other areas in Stjørdal they use bigger wood and more smoke. So the malt from only 10 kilometers from here is totally different than ours. So
and some actually also deliberately use wood that isn't completely dry, just to get the wood to simmer and produce more smoke, and hence more smoky character on the finished malt. Most people around here prefer the lighter character, but in other parts of this county, people prefer more smoky beer.
How do you dry your older?
Oh, that's just
chop it up
next
and
to the house
stack
it. And chop it up and stack it outside with a roof on top of it. Nothing fancy about that.
And no specific amount of time that it needs to be there.
At least
no,
half a
but
year.
I always do the woodwork in March when the hunting season is over. Then I got time to cut some wood, and by the fall it's ready. It dries really easily. This older, and if you cut it in March, you do it before the sap before it starts to drink.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So now I can feel on the top here that the moisture has the most of the moisture in the barley is away. It's still sticky.
Yeah.
You see, and this is it's the sugar. So maybe in an hour, a couple of hours, you'll make the first turn.
I think we'll do it around the end of the show.
Yeah, maybe
11, 12.
Because if this is also a lot of opinions regarding how often you should turn the malt and so on. My opinion regarding this is if you turn it too early, you turn down also the moisture on top. So you have to take the moisture to the dry malt that is in the bottom. So if you do it too often, you need to sit more hours in the Sonjus. So,
but we like that, don't we?
Of course.
Maybe we should start turning it a lot more often.
Okay. Do you have some more questions for us, Lars Marius?
I don't think I do. I'm just double checking here.
Are we so clear? Are we so clear?
Yeah, I understood most of what you said actually, even though it wasn't Norwegian. Okay, Voss has the wort boiling, so we will switch there.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye for now. We have sound from Voss, and now.
Yep,
you're on.
The boil is just started to boil now. We are just put what do you say, a handful of Simcoe hops in it, and we will here in Voss we trying to cook it down for 4 hours. Cooking time.
Yeah, so at this pace, we should be finished with the boil just before we end.
Yeah, that's true, Lars Marius. The timing is pretty good. There's going to be a lot of Voss and boiling at the end here, I guess, but that's okay. I think we're going to have to cut it a little bit short of 4 hours to fit the schedule here, but we'll have.
You can boil a little faster, right?
Yeah, we could put on the turbo boil.
We are well into the drinking.
So we're going to cut it a little bit short of 4 hours on the boil today for the sake of the festival's schedule, but it's going to be well caramelized and well reduced anyway.
So why did people historically do these very long boils?
No, good question.
What was saying again?
The reason that people do these long boils, I mean, not just for the caramel, but I mean, there might be other reasons.
Yeah, it's part of that is reduction, of course, because it was frowned upon to make weak beer in Norway, and at the time where people didn't have a well-modified malt as we're using today, I think the long boil were a very effective way of not making weak beer. So the reduction, of course, brings up the sweetness and the sugars and the alcohol.
Yeah, and it means you get more strong beer from the same amount of malt, right?
Yeah, but just less amount beer, but higher quality product as they would see it, meaning higher alcohol content. It's well known, and maybe we talked about it, or we should talk about it, but it goes back to the sagas, the stories about Egil Skallagrimson, that traveled around and got weak beer at the farm and stabbed out the eye and puked in the face of the brewer that presented that beer to him. So I think it goes way back in Norway, the tradition of making strong alcohol for the sake of.
But in the same region, just down in Hardanger, they don't cook it for more than 1.5 hours, approximately like that. Some say it's because they're too cheap, they couldn't use so much wood, because that's in. That is just a hypothesis, but it's very different from. Not so far away from here, just some kilometers from here. They just boil it in 1.5 hours. But in Voss, we have a strong tradition to brew it, cook it for 4 hours.
Yeah.
Hard boiled.
Okay, are you guys done? We need to get ready for Mikael Leitinen as well.
Yeah, sure. Marius, you run the schedule, and we're here boiling for a long time now, so just stop by us whenever you want.
Yeah, if anyone wonders what Voss is doing, you're boiling the wort for the next 4 hours. Yeah.
So,
yeah, great. Yep. We will switch to. We will switch to Hornindal, where we need to get Arve back on the show. Arve is being invited. There's a bit of admin here. I will put on Stig in the meantime. Stig
Hello.
is on with the sound. Arve is showing up. You want Arve?
Er vi her?
Ja. Hei, Stig.
Ja. Ja, det er veldig dårlig. Jeg tror det er bare med telefonen din, Håkon. Ja. Skal vi ta turen inn og se ned i Gilen, og om det kommer i gang, Lars Marius?
Ja, det kan vi gjøre. Jeg oversetter til engelsk. Ja. Så det er Arve som skal ta den turen, ikke sant? Sette på Arves mikrofon, sånn.
Nei, den kan egentlig være av.
Ikke?
Yeah. So what the guys in Hornindal are doing now is they're going out into the garage to check on the fermenter to see what's happening. When they say yield, that means the fermenter. This is why we're looking at Arve's shoes at the moment. Okay, I will turn on the mic. Yep.
Ja, nå er vi på.
Ok, da vi på vei inn og skal se opp i Gilen. Now we are on the way to look into the yield. Then we look. Now, come on, film, Håkon. Now you can see that it's done very well. It started good start. It's 31.4 degrees Celsius, and it's you can smell and you can hear it working like it should do. So this is
it's covered in foam,
very,
right?
This is very. What did you say, Lars?
It's covered in foam, right? It was a bit difficult to see. Yeah, that's foam. Yeah.
Yeah, yes, that's right.
Excellent.
So this looks very nice. I guess in a few hours the temperature would rise up to 33, 34 maybe, and it will be much more bubbles, and you will see how it working much more. Now it's just starting, so it's easy quiet with the scum on the top.
Yeah, great. Excellent.
So is there anything else we should look at?
I think we need to do Mika Leitinen, actually. We can, if we have time, we can come back and do more later.
Yeah. I think that's
Thank
good.
You. Okay, so I will now see if I can find Mika Leitinen, who is going to show us how they used to make Tari, which is an oven-based beer in Finland. Calling Mika. Yeah, he has accepted, so he was here. He'll be joining us shortly. Terve, Mika.
Terve, Lars.
How are you?
I'm fine. I'm having a Karelian costume because I'm brewing Karelian beer here.
How many costumes do you have?
Quite many, maybe 5 or more, but only few of them fit into me. So 2 or 3 costumes doesn't fit me very well, but I have several costumes, and my wife has 200 costumes, so it kind of balances out.
Yeah, but she makes them, right?
Part of the some costumes she buys.
Okay. You wanna take it away and tell us about the Tari and all of that stuff?
Yeah.
Yep. I'll shut up and hand it over to you.
Okay. Let's speak about the Karelian Tari, which is made from this kind of bread-shaped baked mash. The main thing in brewing this kind of beer is to bake this thing. It actually tastes kind of rye bread, but it is not made for eating. It is made for brewing beer, and this is made only from rye, partly malted rye, and then partly from unmalted rye, just rye flour. And this is extinct beer style. We have seen some photos and videos from the 1930s how Karelians made this beer, but now I'm kind of trying to guess how to actually brew this beer and what does it taste like. It's kind of difficult to say, but I made this beer yesterday from this kind of bread. The beer is made with this kind of vat, which is called Tari pytty. It is only vessel needed to brew this beer. So it is wooden vat with tap on the bottom, then straw filter. I built the filter from juniper branches, and then from straws. I had a kind of difficulty in building this filter because the straws the fermentation is lifting up the straws. But the main idea is to crush this bread into the Tari vat above the straws, then pour water into it, then put some yeast to it, or the most traditional way was to just put some sourdough starter or let it ferment spontaneously. And then you wait for 2 days. Now I have only 1 day time, so it's kind of still working, not completely finished. But I can try to pull out some Tari from the vat. So it's not, the filter is not working very well, so it's kind of coming out very muddy. So it's better to scoop out some Tari from the top. And it's not pretty, but this is a history of beer. This is how they used to make beer in Karelia and in a lot of places. And this tastes like actually like a fermented rye bread. It's very bready kind of taste to it, and it is not very strong in alcohol because usually this kind of drinks were made for ordinary refreshment of daily work, and there was some methods to make this stronger for parties, but mostly this kind of drinks were for the daily life, and this was made once a week with this kind of breads. And the main difference between today's beer and this kind of beer is that the filter is here on fermenting vessel, and this is not filtered before fermentation. The whole mash is fermented right here, and then the filtration happens when you pour out the beer from the vessel. So it's kind of a very ancient way of brewing beer. You don't filter it until you drink it, and this goes to very long time into ancient Mesopotamia and Egypt, and that's why I'm so interested in this kind of technique. I'm still kind of figure out how this this works and how does it taste like. And do you have any questions at this point?
Actually, I do. It was made with rye, but the color is very pale.
Yes, it depends on how dark you toast this bread on the oven. I think this was made in my electric oven right there. But I think in traditional Karelian oven, wood-fired oven, I mean the big great stove, the bread became darker, and also the beer became darker.
The reason I asked is that rye beer is often dark, I mean, even with no roasting of any kind, just because the rye becomes dark in water, just like the bread, right?
Yeah, but this is still a bit darker than normal barley beer.
True. So this cake, you bake it until it becomes hard and dry. So it means you could actually store the cake and then brew much later if you wanted to.
Yes, exactly. This was brewed. I baked this cake last Saturday, a week ago, and I will brew from this next Saturday. So I think it will store at least for 2 weeks.
Well, apologies if you already said this, but does the mashing happen in the oven, or is there a mashing step first?
When I made this bread, I made a kind of porridge in a cauldron, and it became a sweet. So it was kind of mashed partly mashed in a cauldron before baking this bread. But the final mashing happened in the oven.
Oh.
But it was partly baked before putting this kind of baked mash into the oven.
Have you tried measuring the efficiency? Like, is this an efficient way to mash, or is it really poor efficiency?
I think it's really impossible to measure because when I crushed the bread into this Tari vat, and then pour water onto it, the mash will slowly infuse into the water and ferment at the same time. So I don't have any kind of way to measure gravities because it's a continuous process. The bake will infuse into water and yeast will ferment the beer.
That makes sense.
And I cannot any way to tell what is going on there.
So someone's asking, how dense is the bread? I mean, can you just break it with your hands, or is it really hard?
It is rather soft and very sticky and moist. It's kind of very soft and tastes very like caramel-like. So it's kind of sticky, toffee, and a lot of sugars.
So this is a relative of Lithuanian Captinis, also in terms of the flavor.
Yeah, and I think the way Karelians did this beer, they baked this loaf into much darker grade, and then it was even more Captinis-like. Now it's kind of very pale version of this Tari drink.
So when do you add the yeast and what temperature?
When I crushed this bread into this on top of the straws, then I poured water. The water was about pitching temperatures, around 40 degrees. And then I took some Kveik. It was actually Ottertal Kveik from Hornindal. I didn't have any Karelian style of sourdough starter to make this, so it was Kveik.
Right, but did you see any documentation of the pitch temperature?
No, there's no any documentation of that, and even the water temperature which goes in, it's very poorly documented. So some documents say that it is not hot water. It's more like hand warm water.
Right. So how much of the rye was malted?
In this bread, 1/4 was malted, but in the past it was even less, and people make this kind of breads even without any malts, just raw rye.
Yeah. So let's see.
Which is very, very odd because you think that beer needs to be made from malt.
Yeah. I think I hear a dog. Never mind. Has anyone measured the alcohol in this beer? It would be really interesting.
I haven't seen any documentation of that. I think we need a chemist to do that kind of measurements. It would be a good science to try to figure out the alcohol and gravity and also the starch conversion, because this is not exactly a sugar solution. I think it's partly malt sugars, partly starch.
Yeah. Torkjell Austad says you could try using the method used to measure gravity in sake, which, to be honest, I don't know what is, but there were some more questions for you. Just so Susan Verberg wants to know how you made the bread. we already explained that it's rye, and it's 25% malted rye and 75% normal rye, right?
Yeah, raw rye.
Yeah. But did you use any flour, or was it just crushed like the malt is?
This was made with a rye flour, but it needs to be very coarsely ground flour because it's not going to filter well if it's very finely ground flour. So it's coarsely ground rye flour and then some coarsely ground rye malt. And then I bake it in a cauldron. I heat it up, and it took 6 hours to get it sweet. I can just taste the porridge or mash, and then I can say the dog is giving me headache here. Oh.
I want some attention, right?
Yeah.
Someone was asking what breed it was.
You mean the dog?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Scottish Deerhound.
Right.
I call them beer hounds because they are very keen on all kind of grains and beer.
Yeah.
Try to drink my beer.
Someone is Samuel Heron is asking, what was the region that Tari was brewed in? Only Karelia or also other parts of Finland?
It was also brewed in some parts of Savo, but anyway, it was in eastern Finland.
Yeah.
Just there's interesting division between Finland in the west. There's Sahti, which is related to Nordic kind of beers like Kornöl and also Baltic island beers like Kotuolu. And then there's East, where the beer is very different, and it's more related to this. And almost the whole eastern Finland, they brewed this kind of beer. And the same kind of beer is also brewed in many parts of the Baltics and perhaps in parts of Russia, but it's kind of difficult to tell the extent.
There's someone who wants to know if I think you called it Tari Pittu.
Yes.
If it contributes to the taste, and what kind of wood it's made of?
This is made from pine, but I think the biggest contribution in taste is just rye and perhaps this straw, but not the wood, because this is drink very fresh.
Yeah. Okay, this question we have answered. Just going through the questions to see what I can find here. One thing that, there was actually a third kind of brewing region, because you had the Swedes on the coast as well, right?
Yeah.
And that brings me actually to a question I had. So, what was your source for how to make this toddy?
It only comes from Karelia, which is now part of the Russia. It's we call it Laatokan Karjala, which is area near the lake Ladoga in Karelia.
Yeah.
And there was some people taking photos and taking even videos in the 1930s.
Oh, you used the videos?
Yes. In 1939, there's one video from making exactly this kind of beer in Kurkijoki.
They used potatoes, though.
Yes, they used. But it's the same principle. I Just could have used the potatoes in making this bread, and it would be the same kind of beer.
Right, but I assume the National Museum questionnaire would have more documentation, right?
Yeah, I think so too. I haven't been there because of this corona crisis. I haven't been in Helsinki for a long time.
Yeah, and even when you go there, it's said to be 2,000 pages of handwritten stuff. So it's gonna take a while to get through, I think.
Yeah, and I've seen many Karelian cookbooks about making this kind of beer, but they don't help so much because they don't give you all the details. They don't tell the water temperature. They don't tell the amount of water, amount of bread, even the volume of beer. It's all mixed up.
That makes sense. Susan Verberg is asking, why do they do the baking instead of just fermenting the porridge right away?
There's also beers which were made by fermenting the porridge, but those were very, very considered very crude daily drinks. So I think people prefer to have this kind of beer and thought that it was better. And
crude day drinks kind of sounds like it's lower in alcohol, so maybe, but it should be efficient to match that way. I don't understand.
I have made once that kind of beer, and it wasn't tasty. It was very, very kind of very nutritious and gave me energy, but it didn't taste very good.
Right, so it's probably for the flavor. So Susan asks if the purpose was that you could take these breads with you and ferment somewhere else while you were traveling or something like that.
Yes, that is another reason. I think that people didn't need to brew right away after baking these breads. But anyway, in Karelia, people used to bake all the time, almost every day, and this kind of breads were made once a week, so they didn't need to worry about storing the breads.
From the chat, I guess we should emphasize that this is not the sort of bread that you would eat, right?
Yes, exactly. This can be eaten, but people didn't eat this bread. They just brewed with it.
So Per Arne Hellarvik wants to know if they made this bread with potatoes and rye in combination.
Yes, there's it's very typical combination to make this beer with potatoes. And when this kind of beer is made with potatoes, the potatoes need to be frozen to get the starch conversion going.
Right.
So it's not just the fresh potatoes. The frozen potatoes are best for this kind of beer.
So they must have frozen them in winter then, because they didn't have freezers.
Yeah.
Oh. Interesting.
So they didn't put the summer potatoes into this kind of beer. They did it in winter time.
We have Samuel Heron, who wants to know how you baked the loaf. I mean, what kind of temperature and how long?
I baked these loaves in 120 degrees Celsius for 6 hours.
Right.
But
so quite a low temperature.
Yeah, I think the real farmhouse oven temperature would have been higher.
At least higher initially, right?
Yeah. And also the time would have been longer, because usually these kind of breads were made or should I say loaves. These were made by first making ordinary breads and all kind of stews and foods for the daily use, and then in the evening you put in these Tari breads and leave them overnight into the oven. So when they were in the oven for at least 8 hours, perhaps even 12 hours.
Marin is asking, you said the bread was kind of moist, right? So it probably wouldn't store well that way.
Yeah, but in I don't know if you have that kind of bread in Norway, but in Finland we have bread which is called saaristolaisleipä, something like a scarecrow's bread. Do you know the concept?
No.
It's very dark and sweet bread with stores for a very long time.
Oh, it's unknown. But I mean, we had flatbread, which stores forever, right?
Yeah. But this kind of dark bread is so thick in sugar that it actually stores for a long time. Not for many months, but for a month or two.
Yeah. I'm running out of questions, but maybe you have more you want to say?
Well, this is I've been brewing this with Olutbryggjeraum in a Turku medieval fair a few times, but this is my first time when I brew this at home, and this is just experimentation, and I think I need to brew this kind of beer for many times before I really can say how to brew this beer and how it tasted. It tasted like in the past, so it's kind of I'm in a starting point of brewing this, and when I'm really figuring out everything, then I will document this really carefully.
Is it correct to say that the beer tastes mostly of rye?
Yes, this tastes mostly like a liquid rye bread.
Yeah. Sounds nice.
Yeah, it's kind of odd taste, but I think I could get used to like this kind of flavor. It doesn't appeal me as such right now, but I think if I would drink this every day, I could begin to like this kind of flavor.
Yeah, if you lived in Karelia, you would have to, right?
Yeah, exactly. But still, I'm kind of wondering why they made this kind of drink, because well, rye bread is excellent. Tastes really good, and it's very nutritious, and I'm still kind of wondering why they made this drink instead of eating the bread.
Because you can't get drunk, you mean?
Perhaps, I don't know. But this is not going to make a very strong beer. Especially when there's 10 drinkers, this doesn't give a lot of strong beer for a big group of people.
No, it's not gonna. You're not gonna have a party with that bucket. That's true.
Yeah, there were some ways of making party beer, but I still think that it's kind of problematic to make a strong beer with this kind of method. Big group.
Did they make kvass in Karelia?
Yes, they made.
So they had Tari and also Kvass.
Yes.
Yeah. We have 5 minutes until Martin's talk. Anything you want to add, or we just move on?
I think this is about what I have to say.
Okay, great. Thank you for coming on and showing us. This was really interesting.
Yeah, this is really exotic event for me. Usually when I'm having difficulties in understanding how beer history works, I'm trying to brew and test it myself, and this is my first test in this kind of beer. I think we will see a lot more when I do more tests.
Yeah, I look forward to the blog post that I bet is coming.
Yeah, it is coming at some point.
Great. A new book, perhaps?
At the moment, I'm writing mostly into brewing Nordic, and the stuff which I'm writing is mostly concerned about how to use traditional techniques in brewing new kind of beer. So it's not tradition, but take the good things in traditions and brew very flavorful beer. For example, next week I'm going to take this bread or this loaf and brew some kind of modern hybrid of modern and traditional beer with it, and just to get the flavor of this rye into the beer.
Cool. I look forward to seeing the Facebook post, which I guess is what comes first.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you, Mika, and to your wife and the dogs for being mostly good.
Yeah, my wife did the camera thing, and the dogs just ate some Tari bread.
Really are beer hounds, right?
Yeah, they are beer hounds.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, cheers.
Cheers.
Bye.
Bye. We still have 3 minutes before Martin is supposed to go on. We could do some questions, I guess. I'll just do the top question. So, external influences and variations of Kornøl. Yeah, I suppose I should really show maps to show that well, but there was definitely variation in Norwegian farmhouse brewing. We have on the process side, the complex mashing in the east, and also in Stjørdal and central Norway, and infusion mashing in the west. And then, of course, you have the Voss Hornindal difference with boiling in the south and raw ale in the north. And then there were also regional differences in how the malts were made. So southeastern Norway, very smoky malts, same in the Stjørdal region, obviously, and also a corner in the northwest. And then you have Sunnmøre, which seemed to have a very, very pale malt. A lot of it's sun-dried, but not necessarily. Juniper was used everywhere. Some variation on the herbs, but there wasn't so many people using herbs, so it doesn't matter very much. And then, of course, the differences in what grain was used, but that depended on what grew best in each individual place. So the question here says, I would presume the trading hubs like Bergen, Kristiansand, and Oslo would bring local homebrewers more in contact with foreign methods. And well, it's interesting that the boil area is kind of centered on Bergen. Very possible that that's not random. Regarding Kristiansand, actually the whole southern coast of Norway looks like Danish brewing with juniper added, essentially, even down to the shape of the lauterton. Imported wheat in farmhouse brewing? No. I mean, people, of course, use their own grain. That's why there were farmhouse brewers to begin with. Although in the late period, people did start buying the malts. Let me see. Yeah, there was imported hops were used quite a bit, and it's possible that people also imported barrels and things like that, because I know oak was used quite a bit, and there isn't that much oak in Norway. Although there is a huge oak tree 50 meters that way. In fact, there's oak all along the edge of the hill here. But this is the southeast, which is the area where it's easiest to get oak to grow. Okay, we're past the half hour, and we can see if we can bring Martin on. Inviting Mr. Thibault. There he is. Hello.
Hello.
Hello again, I suppose I should say.
How are you?
Probably tired, but I don't feel it yet.
I can imagine that, yes.
I need to get another beer, I think.
I have one here with Ruar's malt and Sigmund's Kveik, so I'm very, very happy right now.
That's the one that Ruar went to Montreal and brewed not so long ago?
Yeah, almost a year ago now, maybe at the end of the fall last year. So it's 50% Stjørdal's malt and Sigmund's Kveik, obviously, and it was brewed with Ruar's specifications.
Yeah, he was there as well, right?
Yeah, exactly. We barely, we drank and ate, and we had some other people do the brewing, as is customary, right?
Yeah.
A true collab.
For some of us, yes. And here actually, Bruce. But really? You ready for the talk?
I am, yes. Let's see if I can share. Actually, you have to allow me to share, I think.
Maybe. I'm gonna have to. Let's see. We are 4, 5. No, you can go on.
If I do this, do you see something?
Not yet, but there's always a delay. You did share, right? Because I didn't allow the others.
Okay, so let's try this button here.
But you have to allow it.
Just looking for the right button. Okay, I got it. Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep, you're coming.
How about
this? You want your slides to be the focus?
Yeah.
Then that's what we do.
How's this?
Yeah, I see a fjord.
You see a title?
Yes, Beyond Kveik.
All right, and if I do this, do you see the next slide?
Yeah, I see Vitautas, yes.
All right. And my face, it doesn't really matter if you see it, obviously.
Yeah, you're one of these small rectangles on the bottom.
Perfect. All right. So I should start.
Yep, take it away.
So thank you very much, Lars Marius and Amund and Ruar and Sigmund and all the people that we saw in the videos. It's really, and Mika that we just saw now, just it warms my heart to see you guys again. It's been a while, but hopefully we can go back to seeing each other and traveling together soon. My topic today, as everyone can see now, is what is there out there beyond Kveik? So I'm going to give you a little context as to why I can talk about this. I'm no microbiologist. I'm not a scientist. I actually teach English at a college here in Quebec. So I'm more interested in two aspects: the sociological, cultural aspect of brewing cultures, well, brewing traditions, and the beer flavor as well from a kind of a sommelier point of view. So my presentation should be quite complementary to what you've watched today. So all this research began in 2012 for me, anyway. So 8 years ago, I read a post on ratebeer.com about a few friends of mine who had traveled through eastern Lithuania, and they'd happened upon a village festival where there were some people brewing and offering beer, of course. And they wrote short articles and a few posts saying that, wow, that there's something happening here. We weren't quite sure how the beer was going to taste. It tastes like nothing we've tasted before. There's truly something worthy of exploring here. So based on these posts, I did some research for a few months, contacted some people in Lithuania, and I went to Lithuania, discovered Kaimiškas Alus, and one of the brewers that I met there out of 20 or so countryside brewers was Aldona Udriene, the woman behind, well, the woman who has the Yovaru Alus yeast, which some people here, I presume, have heard about and probably brewed with. So that was a fascinating trip to me. Very few people had written about this outside Lithuania. So I wrote for Beer Connoisseur back then. And we brought some bottles back, of course, but this is raw ale, so these bottles didn't keep that well. But anyway, we were doing a tasting at my house, and we all thought that the beer was so rich and malty and sweet. And then one of the keener ones in the group, homebrewer, told us, I don't think the beer is sweet. And that's when, like, most of us looked at him and, well, is he crazy? This is one of the richest beers I've had because it had so much body. And then he took it to his home brewery, analyzed it with his tools, and came up with the fact that this beer, the Yovaru Alus, the beer brewed by Aldona Udriene, was a 95% attenuation. And that blew our minds, obviously. And that got me to thinking that, oh my God, there's some heirloom yeast blends out there still today that might have some virtues that we're just not familiar with. So long story short, that got the hamster going up here. And I started doing other types of research with Lars Marius. And in 2014, we headed out to well, quite a few places in his country, in Norway. And on the very first day, we met with Sigmund Gjernes, whom you've seen today, and we pretty much took the same pictures from a 5-degree angle difference. But yeah, that's where Sigmund just told us about his Kveik, and we smelled it, and the first thing that came to me was, oh my God, this is like orange peel, and like from yeast. How is that possible? I've never encountered orange peel aromas and orange marmalade aromas from yeast. And that's before he told us about the 40 degrees Celsius fermentation temperatures and the high tolerance. And then that's before he showed us the yeast ring, where he actually dried the yeast for weeks and months sometimes. And then he would just revive the yeast like that. And we were just blown away by that meeting. So again, long story short, after many meetings on this trip, I told myself, and this took me to 5 years of research after that on many continents. I told myself, if we can still find heirloom yeasts and brewing cultures, brewing traditions like these, pretty much hiding in plain sight, right? Norway, Lithuania, that's the Western world. So if we can still find some brewing cultures, traditional recipes hiding in plain sight, imagine if we went out there to other continents and other cultures entirely, what else we could find. So that's what I started doing. So the last 5 years, in between trips with Lars Marius and Amund and Mika and other people you've seen, Ruar, other people you've seen today, I've I think I've located 3 hotspots for heirloom yeasts and actually heirloom brewing cultures, but heirloom yeasts, because that's part of the purpose of this festival, to talk about Kveik and traditional cultures. So the first hotspot I'd like to talk about for you is the Quechuan Andes. Of course, that's a gigantic territory in South America. Why the Quechuan Andes? Because I'm really focusing on Quechuan people. So the Quechuan people in South America tend to live along the Andes, various altitudes. More precisely, there are 4 major brewing regions where Quechuan people live and brew their own. Let's call it beer, because of course beer is a Western word. They call it differently over there. They call it chicha de something, depending on the culture. So one of the regions is Ecuador's Otavalo region, just north of Quito, the capital. They make chicha de llamor, which is made from 7 types of corn that is malted and spontaneously fermented. There's Peru's Sacred Valley, yes, the very touristy one, and so around Cusco. And there's, I don't know if you can see in the slide, there's a star on the top of the slide there, a little blurry. That's the northern coastal area. There's another very popular brewing scene over there. They call it their Chicha de Jora, Jora. I'll talk about that specifically in a few minutes. And if you look south of Peru, there's Bolivia as well. Lots of Quechuan people there, but the brewing is happening mostly in the Cochabamba Valley. So I'll talk about this one first. This is one of the. Actually, I did this trip barely a year after the initial trip to Voss and Sigmund's place. So I went to the Cochabamba Valley because, well, for many reasons. They call it Chicha Cochabambina over there, which is it's a bit like Stjørdal also, right? It's beer from Stjørdal. This is just chicha from Cochabamba. It's very unimaginative, but it's very true. It's very real. So I went there and discovered the local brewing scene. There are lots of myths in Western culture about chicha. Some people say that it's something that you chew and spit out, and then you ferment it, and there's just some horrible stories, unhygienic brews. But I find that very sad. It's not untrue in some cases. People in the jungle still do this, but it's relatively untrue because most people in Cochabamba, for example, and in Peru and in Ecuador, they don't chew and spit. They actually, there are many types of corn in these regions. In Cochabamba, they mostly use a white corn with huge kernels, and they malt it themselves. They even have specialized maltsters. They don't use fire to dry the malt. They use the sun. But still, it's white corn that's home malted. They mash for many hours, and they even in Cochabamba, some of them, like this woman here on the picture, even do decoction. They don't know. I mean, they don't use the word decoction for it, of course, but she had a separate cauldron for boiling part of the mash and then throwing it back in, which we call decoction, obviously. And then they use earthenware vats for spontaneous fermentation, just like lambic barrels that are never cleaned right from the inside, because the brewers don't want to destroy the flora that's living inside the wooden barrels. Well, these people do the same thing, but with earthenware vats. The end result of Chicha Cochabambina was close to flat, so a bit like unblended lambic, if you will, served in small doses. You can see the woman here serving me a glass, like a tiny bowl. And it's culturally over there, it's the brewers are women, and that's the same thing for the entire Andes, the entire Quechuan Andes brewing culture. So there's that area that I first visited. Again, people over there didn't know what yeast was. When I asked the first brewer So what do you use to ferment? She looked at me, frowned, and was wondering what I was talking about. Then I was using a Quechuan interpreter, of course. I can't speak Quechuan. So then I asked, well, do you use any yeast? And again, she looked at me, frowned, wondering what I was getting to. And then she clicked and said, oh, and then she walked away, came back with a huge block of sugar. So she proved to me two things there. That well, she added sugar to boost the alcohol, of course, of her finished chicha, but also that she just doesn't add yeast. She maybe doesn't know doesn't know that you can buy yeast, or maybe she thought I was stupid and she knew that everything was in the vat itself. So again, I didn't know how to interpret that. But anyway, so it's very much like lambic fermentation-wise. So again, based on what we discovered with the Kveik the year before, based on what I discovered 3 years before in Lithuania, I told myself, oh my God, I mean, there must be something interesting in here, microbiologically speaking, right? So I also went to Peru, so just a short plane hop away from there. The Sacred Valley is in the south. They call it Chicha de Jora over there. And I discovered just an entirely different style of chicha. The chicha over there, yes, is still made with white corn, but there are about 25 types of corn in the Sacred Valley. The Sacred Valley is pretty much the breadbasket of Peru. And of course, there are tons of Quechuan people living over there, close to 3 million, if I remember correctly. So they mostly use, again, white corn, big kernels. Again, they have specialized maltsters over there. Again, they have earthenware vats that contain all the yeast and bacteria mix. But as you can see from the picture there, their beer, their chicha de jora in the end is much more carbonated, much creamier. Of course, there's a lot of protein in there from the rough malts. And the head of foam is thicker and stickier. One of the reasons for that, of course, is that it's served very young, very hazy still. So the carbonation comes from the fermentation, but it also comes from the serving method. In Bolivia, they really just pour very carefully into the little bowl, whereas in the Sacred Valley here, they use a ladle directly in the fermenter, the earthenware vat, and then they pour just like you would pour soup, like in an elegant way. So of course that creates a rush of carbonation towards the top of the glass. And they have a much bigger glass. They call them caporals, and it's a 1 liter pint mug, if you will. So obviously there's more room for carbonation to go through the proteins and create a sticky head of foam on top. So again, I was mesmerized by this culture, and I also discovered on the same trip that well, if you think the smoothie sour and craft beer culture is a new thing, well, think again, because these Quechuan people have been doing frutillada for a very, very long time. Of course, there's we can't pinpoint the moment they invented frutillada, but it's a wild strawberry version of chicha de jora. It's made with wild strawberries, crushed into a puree, added directly to the fermenter. Of course, it's pectin rich. It's a smoothie sour. You have to drink it very fast, and it's very sweet. So of course, that's become very popular over there, or it has been popular for ages. I mean, very few people know or can teach us of any dates over there. Chicha de jora was drunk by the Incas before the Spanish colonized that part of the world. So, I mean, it's hard to figure out when they invented the strawberry version. But since the Sacred Valley is the breadbasket of Peru, they have tons of fruit and vegetables that they could use, and wild strawberries are their favorite for frutillada. The body is obviously as creamy as the chicha de jora, same carbonation but more sugar, and there's always this little background tartness that is very clean and refreshing. If you find chicha de jora that's like acidic, that's like blindingly sour, then that doesn't work. Sorry, I'm just wondering if we've lost power over here. I think not. There's a thunderstorm coming. I hope you can still hear me.
Everything is fine, Martin. Just keep going.
Okay, great. Just wondering, there's lightning in the distance, and so anyway, I'll stop worrying. So I discovered this. So all that to say that let's talk about yeast a little bit. So I went to a tiny village called Yanawara, which is just outside Urubamba. So if you look at the map here on top, you see a star for Urubamba on the top right side of the map, and the star just to the left of it, that's circled in white, that's Yanawara. It's basically a hamlet just outside the main town of Urubamba. And there's so many chicha brewers on that road that I told myself I would take 3 samples from brewers like within a 1 mile or kilometer radius. I didn't measure the distance between the brewers, but they were very, very close. And I brought sterilized vials, of course, brought them back here to Quebec, to a lab. And I wanted to see, well, these yeasts and bacteria blends that they're using, that they have in their vats, are they the same if they're close brewers? Because of yeast sharing, or it's the same as in many cultures around the world, not just in Norway. I wanted to see if the vials would contain something very similar. So the 3 houses were on the same street pretty much. This is one of the brewers. And the results was, to me, very, very interesting, even though I'm not a microbiologist. The yeast and bacteria cultures from the 3 brewers within a 1 mile-ish radius were completely different from each other. So this is part of the report that was sent to me by the lab here in Quebec. I'll go through it quickly because, again, that's not my specialty. There's some DNA sequencing here. You can see Sumac Aka. The name on top is just the name of the chicheria. Then you have some microscopic observations, so how the yeasts look and how the bacteria look. So you see in the middle column of the chart there that the DNA sequencing observed Saccharomyces cerevisiae chicha, which is a strain that was initially discovered years back in chicha. So it's a unique strain. This chicheria also had Lactobacillus acidophilus in its blend over there. This is Chicheria mamaku. So again, a few meters from there. Their blend was crazy, just very, very different. Some Candida humilis, some Pichia cloiveri, Saccharomyces cerevisiae, of course, some Lactobacillus delbrueckii, Lactobacillus rossiae. That was, again, very fascinating. And El Descanso, the third chicheria of Yanawara, had Lactobacillus plantarum, Saccharomyces cerevisiae chicha. So again, this it was really we're just touching upon something. We're just playing on the surface. We're just starting to draw a corner of the blueprint here. But just if 3 chicherias from the same road within a 1 mile radius have vastly different fermenters, if you will, then imagine if someone from Peru, someone from that area, actually starts doing like Lars Marius has been doing in Norway, actually starts documenting what the chicherias are using to ferment their chicha. I mean, who knows what we'd find, right? So after those trips to Bolivia and Peru, I told myself, well, I need to change continents. So I went to Asia, and I did a lot of research again, because when I do these trips, I don't just go there spontaneously and hope to meet people. Of course, there's some spontaneous meetings, but most of them are prearranged through research and local contacts. So the one region that appeared to me as being probably one of the most interesting ones culturally, beer-wise, of course, that area was Bhutan, a tiny country. If you look at the map here, it's really in the Himalayas. I don't know if you know about Bhutan a little bit. It's a country that has close to 40% of its territory is a protected nature reserve. On that territory, there are, I think, close to 800,000 people living there, not more than that. And it's been able to protect its culture for a long time. Actually, they protect their culture quite ferociously. It's very difficult to get in the country. I mean, it's not North Korea. It's probably the opposite. They're much more peaceful, but I mean, it's quite. You need visas. You need guides. Your guides will follow you nearly everywhere. You can go to your room by yourself, but I mean, it's very difficult to walk around by yourself unless you tell them where you're going. People over there try to be self-sufficient. If I remember correctly, there are close to 80% of the Bhutanese population is involved in agriculture, and most of them are self-sufficient. So 1 + 1, right? The agriculture, they're self-sufficient. They probably make their own beer, right? So I started digging in, and I found out that the main crop over there, after rice, of course, rice is for eating. The main crop is wheat. So I just went there because I just knew that they would make wheat beer in Bhutan on the farmhouses. So I went there. More specifically, here you can see on the map, just north of Guwahati, India. You drive into Samdrup Jonkar. That's where I decided to begin the trip because again, I'd found that most of the traditional brewers, there's some everywhere, literally everywhere, but the most traditional are in the east. You'll understand why in a couple minutes. So around Trashigang, Samdrup Jonkar, Mongar, all the way to Jakar. These people really are self-sufficient. They do everything from growing the grain to making their own fermentation starters from what they have in their fields. Whereas people in the west, around Thimphu, which is the main city, well, the only city, they tend to buy their fermentation starters from shops. People in the east make them themselves. So again, there's a high potential of just making discoveries at the fermentation level, because every farm literally has its own recipe, right? So this is just a close-up of the map. In eastern Bhutan, there are very, very few tourists over there, if any. And the roads are absolutely horrendous. High altitude, of course, this is the Himalayas. But the people are so nice. The culture over there is so peaceful. It really feels like you're driving through a national park, a very rustic national park. This is Buddhist culture, so again, very reverential, very quiet. They respect nature and they respect people around them. I mean, the farmers do. So this is a farm, by the way, on the picture. I mean, it looks like a temple, but this is just the farmhouse. The farms over there are a way of life, and they're sacred, and almost everything they eat comes from their own farm, and they only buy, I'm talking about the eastern part especially, they only buy things at a store if they can't produce it themselves. So that's quite refreshing to hear when we're in the farmhouse beer culture and discussions. There's still a place in the world where a majority of the population is brewing its own beer, just like Europe was before the world wars in some areas. So, like I said, thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of self-sufficient farmhouses growing their own grain. In the western part, it's mostly wheat. In the center, near Jakar, it's mostly buckwheat. And in the east, you have wheat, red millet, and corn. But they're all made with a very similar recipe. which involves their main grain, of course. It's unmalted, but they make their own fermentation starters from their grain, from bark, from leaves, and from mold that develops on these starters. So let's talk about these homemade fermentation starters. It's called pab or po, depending on the accent. My Sharshop is not very good, if not non-existent. So what you're seeing here in the picture is what I would call a yeast bagel, but whatever, it's called po or pab. So this is a mix of crushed grain, sometimes bark or leaves that they have on their fields. And they cook them into bagels. As you can see, there's a little hole in the middle, which allows them to hang it to dry, a bit like the Kveik ring, if you will. And when it dries, it develops mold, and that mold is key in the fermentation process of the raw grain eventually. So they do this. This is a man showing me how he makes his pub, the yeast bagel. So in the East, they still make this by hand. What I forgot to mention, it's very important, when their yeast bagels are made from, again, cooking the grain, adding some leaves or bark and leaving them to dry, is that what I forgot is they coat them in a mother bagel, if you will, so something that's been left out and something that's quite moldy. So they just coat them with their hands, and when they mold the bagel. So that's very important. That's, again, to me, that's a sign that there's heirloom yeast or heirloom starters in many families over there. And the way they brew there is very similar to very rustic sake or other types of like makgeolli in Korea, or dongdongju in Korea as well, and some Chinese alcohols as well. They pretty much see this as the same way we see cooking rice. So they don't have rice cookers, but they still cook the wheat. Let's talk about wheat. They still cook the wheat with water, with boiling water, and then of course the wheat just drinks all of that water and cooks. And then when the wheat has been cooked, they take the wheat out, they spread it onto a flat surface, and that's where they will start taking the dried yeast bagels and crush them on top of the cooked wheat. And then they spread everything thoroughly. They mix it all up with their hands to make sure that the yeast bagel powder touches as many kernels, as many cooked kernels as possible. And then they gather that into a vat or a tun or whatever you want to call it. It's called palang in Zonga. Do I have a slide on this? I'll come back to it. Yes. And they close the lid on top of the vat there, and they let it ferment. So they let the moldy yeast bagel dig into the cooked wheat, and that produces liquid. And there are two types of beer that they make with this. One of them is the pure liquid that seeps from the cooked grain that's been attacked by the yeast bagel. And there's a second beer where you actually add water upon serving people to dilute that liquid and make it a very light farmhouse drink. It's probably in the 1 or 2% alcohol range. Anyway, just so much to talk about, so many things to say. But again, I brought back one of these yeast bagels from one of the farmers I met. She was nice enough to give me one of her yeast bagels that was nice and dry. So of course it wasn't as sterilized as the vials I had in Peru, or the ones that we had in Norway or other places we've traveled to. But that yeast bagel was analyzed back here again in Quebec. First off at my college in Montreal, and then it was sent to the same lab that analyzed the Peruvian samples. And the results looked like this. So of course there's Saccharomyces cerevisiae in there. The microbiologist told me that it likely comes from the leaves or the bark that they added to their bagels. But they also found 2 types of Pichia, Lactobacillus paracasei, and the mold was just good old bread mold or food mold. Anything that if you leave bread on to rot on your counter, that's the mold that will first appear. So that was the content of one of these yeast bagels, one of these pub from Radi. Radi is in like Far East. So again, I told myself, I mean, if there's so many farmhouses here brewing their own beer, there must be so much variety and so much to discover. If there's a Bhutanese Lars Marius or a Bhutanese Mika living there who wants to sample these pubs from the eastern part of the country, perhaps, and send them to a lab, I mean, what could we discover there? It's crazy. So just a quick run through of the 2 types of beer I mentioned very quickly, because again, I have so many things I could talk about, but I don't want to run out of time. So Xinjiang, that's the name of the first runnings, if you will, from that anaerobic fermentation. So the fermentation with the closed lid. Of course, quantities produced are very, very small. So they reserve this for special occasions only, weddings, funerals, religious rituals, or in my case, foreigners visiting and asking for it. So they were nice enough to give me a few glasses wherever I went. It's flat, it's lightly tart. To me, it tasted like, well, actually one of my friends when we were traveling there, Josh Oakes, maybe some of you know him, said, hey, this is like Bhutaner Weiss. And we laughed and laughed. And after a while, hey, that sounds good, actually, Bhutaner Weiss. Because the acidity was like, apple-y and a bit the fruitiness, a bit like pear and citrus, and very drinkable. But of course, it's flat. There are no bubbles when they serve it to you. So anyway, so Xinjiang is the non-diluted version. It's quite strong. Tasted to me like 6 or 7% in that range. And so there's that for special occasions only. And then the diluted version, the one that they drink in the fields or for lunch, is called Bangchang. This is the picture, by the way, that made the cover of a Beer Advocate magazine cover a couple years back when I came back. This is one of my guides over there pouring me Bangchang in a farmhouse in the Ha Valley in the deep west. Where they made beer with wheat over there. So again, it's the diluted version meant for everyday drinking. So tart, yes. It's the same thing as a Xinjiang, right? But it's diluted, so it's very low alcohol. And the way they make it is quite odd for Westerners anyway. So what you see here on the picture is they have the fermented wheat kernels and some of the Xinjiang in there, right? Just like the stuff you would take out of the rice cooker if it were rice. They put it in a pot. Then they have a basket that they dip into the pot. They have a ladle. They add water into the pot. And then with the ladle, they slowly crush the grain, the fermented grain, so that the flavor goes out and some of the alcohol goes out into the water. And then with the ladle, of course, none of the kernels go through the basket, so they can service a glass with the liquid that has seeped through the basket into the ladle, and that's Bangchang. So it's a very low cost version of Xinjiang, but something that they can drink all the time. No carbonation, of course, and again, it tasted like Bhutan Weiss, so a flat farmhousey version of Berliner Weiss, perhaps. So that again, just the possibilities over there are endless, because nearly every family in the eastern part anyway makes its own pub, its own fermentation starter. So who knows what we can discover if actually some locals are willing to study it. But they're quite satisfied with what they're doing over there. So I don't know if anyone's crazy enough to go around some farmhouses and study how pab is made and what it contains. Last little hotspot that I would like to mention, something I discovered last year. So I went to the Horn of Africa last year. Again, I told myself, well, if I can find something amazing in the Himalayas and of course Northern Europe and the Andes, imagine if I went to sub-Saharan Africa. I mean, there are probably millions of brewers over there doing traditional stuff. Imagine, I mean, they're not buying yeast from the stores, right? So imagine what we could find there. Of course, traveling over there is not easy, but I managed to go to one area which I think is probably the most interesting brewing-wise and fermentation-wise, and that's Ethiopia. As you probably know, Ethiopia is maybe the only country in Africa to have never been thoroughly colonized, and it's very close to where some people say beer originated. So the northern part of the country, so around Mekelle and around the country of Eritrea now, which was Ethiopia before, it's not populated by Muslims. So there's still plenty of brewing and alcohol drinking around. So I went there last year, again with a few vials and an incredible thirst for knowledge, let's say. So after landing in Addis Ababa, I made my way to Lalibela, which is a spiritual heartland. We went there for Gena, which is Orthodox Christmas, if you will, for Ethiopians. We discovered that beer had a spiritual, religious objective over there as well. It's not just to get drunk. But we also discovered a mead type that you've probably heard of. It's called Tej. And that mead is really something. So I'll talk about the Tej a little bit as well, because the fermentation potential of Tej is, I think, completely interesting, fascinating, just as much as Lambic is fascinating. So I went to Lalibela. I went all the way north to Aksum and Adwa and back down to Gondar. So this is a high altitude area again. I even saw some people who were using juniper in their kitchens. So of course, it's just a coincidence, of course, but it's high altitude. So they again, just like any farmhouse, they take what they have. I'll talk about Tej first, just to show you again the potential discoveries to be made there. So Tej is a wild mead. Usually, the most interesting Tej is made from honey that comes from the Addis Ababa flower, which is a flower endemic to Ethiopia. There are 3 versions of Tej, 3 strengths, light, medium, and strong. As you can imagine, the light version is very sweet and very low alcohol. I was told that it was more popular than industrial soft drinks in Ethiopia, so I was very happy when I heard that. They're really ferociously protecting their own cultures. There's the medium strength Tej, which is obviously drier, around 5-7% alcohol, funkier. So the yeast character comes out a bit more, and the bacteria as well, but the flavor tends to be quite balanced. There's some Tej bets or Tej houses that serve only medium, so because it's drinkable, but yet it's not the cheap, like childish version with that's super sugary and without alcohol. And there's also the strong version of Tej. Tej aficionados say that strong Tej is real Tej. It's very dry. It's wine strength, and potentially very funky, depending on the honey that they got. Of course, there are hundreds, if not thousands, of brewers of Tej over there. Some will add cereal, so it sounds like a bracket, because cereal is cheaper than wild honey. But the good Tej is 100% wild honey. So how to make Tej very quickly? You have to collect raw honey from smoking out the bees from their hive. So it sounds a little cruel, but obviously the smoke aroma will carry into the Tej. So the Tej that you see here being served actually doesn't only smell of honey, it smells of smoke. So after collecting the honey, you store the smoked honey into food grade bins. Some actually were the same that we just saw today, the same blue bins that we saw in some farmhouses in Norway. Sometimes it's in earthenware vats. That's a typo, my mistakes, earthenware vats. So once you've stored the honey, you have to go out and collect gesho. I gave you the Latin name here. Gesho is an endemic plant to Ethiopia. Again, there's no translation for it. They say Ethiopian hops over there, but I mean, I saw some, it doesn't look like hops at all, but it has the same purpose. In a way, it has the same purpose as juniper as well, because once you've collected the gesho branches or just the leaves, they're sold at the market. You have to brew a gesho tea or gesho infusion, and you add the gesho infusion to the vat full of raw honey. When I say raw honey, it has everything in it, sometimes even the bees themselves. So once you've added the gesho tea to your honey vat, you close the lid and you wait for fermentation to kick in. Some people told me that it took a week for the Tej to be drinkable. Some people told me 4 weeks. It's just, I mean, nature decides. And as you can imagine, in every farmhouse brewing culture, every family has its own recipe. So trying to map everything out is quite the work. Lars Marius can tell you about that. And I'm not Ethiopian. I don't plan on going there every year. So I'm not going to be able to do this. So again, if there's an Ethiopian person out there who's willing to go and study Tej, he would probably have lots of fun in his lab for sure. But there's also beer, right, made in Ethiopia, and it's probably where I encountered in my life the most ancient types of beer. I'm sure the same can be found in many areas of sub-Saharan Africa, by the way. So there are 3 names. Tella is the common one, or Tala. Suva is the name that the Tigrayan people use in the north, close to Eritrea. And Kodafe is very different. And actually, when I saw my friend Mika there brewing Tari, the Karelian Tari, well, the Kodafe came to mind. I'm sure there's some links there as well, and there are lots of bread beers around the world. If we start digging, there's some lots of research could be made on that level. So anyway, again, it's true farmhouse beer. It's made from local grain. The local grain is sometimes barley, sometimes teff. Teff is again endemic to Ethiopia. That's what they use to make the injera, that pancake that they used to eat with. And sometimes with some millet. So it's made from local barley, teff, or millet. And again, the gesho, or the Ethiopian hops. And again, they use the gesho tea, a bit like the juniper infusion in Norway. And the gesho tea, when you drink Tella, it tastes like it imparts some delicate greenness and earthiness. And they also say that it has cleansing properties, again, like juniper, medicinal properties. I don't know if it's, I haven't actually dug into that. I don't know for sure if it's been verified. But its goal is to balance out the cereal sugars and flavors a bit, again, like the juniper infusion in some areas of Scandinavia. Just to give you an idea of the number of brewers there are out there, Aksum alone, Aksum is a town like far north, close to Eritrea. Aksum alone has over 100 brewers. When you go out into the villages outside Aksum, you see signs for brewers everywhere. There must be thousands in Ethiopia alone. And all of them, again, I presume, have memorable fermentables because they don't add yeast. Again, whether they make Tej or Tella, they have well, I'll come back to Kodafi after. They have they have their own earthenware vats that they don't clean, and that's where the beer gets fermented, and that's where the Tej gets fermented. Actually, I can show you results right away. I'll come back to Kodafi. So again, the lab here in Quebec, the Labo, that's their actual name, analyzed a Tella sample that I brought back and a Tej sample as well. Sorry for the French, but that's the language we speak here. Here there was no DNA sequencing, but you still get an idea of what's going on. This is hydromel is the mead. So the mead sample I brought back had some Saccharomyces, had some lactobacillus, some pediococcus, something along those lines. The Labo still has this in their fridges, of course. The Tella sample, this one here, bière is beer. The Tella sample had something, a strange Saccharomyces or Schizosaccharomyces, had some Megasphaera, had maybe some pathogens as well, so they cleaned those out. But that was just in the Tella sample I brought back. So again, very, very possibly unique blends there contained in one vat. And that's the same beer. Some Lactobacillus, Pectinatus, Megasphaera, again, that's all in the same earthenware vat for one Tella sample. And there's another beer style here called Kodafi, which is low gravity beer, offered at mass, offered at rituals in the northwestern part of the country, near that national park where you have the gelato baboons on top of a Grand Canyon-like area. They have churches, of course, over there, and they don't drink wine at the church. They drink Kodafi. They drink this low-gravity beer made from grain, of course, the local grain. And it tastes a bit like Mika was saying earlier, it tastes a bit like liquefied toasted bread. So very low alcohol, but they use it for sustenance. They use it so as to not have any leftovers. So if you have some injeras, some those pancakes, some bits and pieces that you didn't use, well, you just store them and then eventually brew Kodafi from them. Just like maybe that's what the Karelians were doing, I don't know. Just so as to not waste any rye. But again, there's very little information about Kodafi, whereas there's quite a bit about Tella and Tej. So Kodafi is just, there's very few people could tell me about it apart from the fact that it's a very low gravity beer made from leftover cereal. And it's used at mass and rituals. When I went to Guinea, that Orthodox Christmas in Lalibela, where there were thousands of people dressed in white, there's some brewers that were going out there into the crowds and literally like handing out free beer to people, free Kodafi. That was I found that a beautiful gesture, very, very generous. It's a Christmassy atmosphere, I guess, but still, it's quite a meaningful gesture, not only to offer it as at mass to people, but offer it for free in such important rituals like Guinea. So again, if someone out there goes to northern Ethiopia, there's so much to be discovered. But like I've been saying since the beginning, we need locals, and that's the key. We need to have more Lars Mariuses out there. Lars Marius has done an amazing job in Norway, just finding these brewers, and of course these brewers are doing an amazing job as well in sharing what they do and their traditions. But Peru needs one, Bolivia needs one, Ethiopia needs one, Bhutan needs one, and there are other areas that I haven't had time to talk about today that have their own brewing cultures with heirloom yeasts and their own distinct recipes that we should be discovering. The world is a beautiful place, and if we start liking beer, well, we discover that there are lots of beautiful people out there making this beer, and they each have their own stories. And we just need to talk to these people to discover how beautiful they are. And that's one of my goals, and that's why I'm here today. So thank you for listening to me. If you have any questions, well, I'm sitting on my couch. I'm waiting for these questions if you want to. And thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Marta. That was great, as expected. We do have questions for you. Nathan Anderson is wondering, so do you need people to go with you on the next trip?
Oddly enough, quite a few people have offered. Yes, thank you very much. I hope we meet somewhere. But yeah, the plane's full, I think, for now.
And you use pretty small planes as well, right?
Yeah, I think a 2-seater or something. I'm very, very rich, obviously.
Yeah. So we have a question. Oh, I need to press the button. We have a question from Jeremy Zimmerman. He wants to know what the funky flavors in Tej are like. I mean, do you mean sour? Do you mean tart? Do you mean barnyardy? Or
I would answer yes to all that. That's the complicated part. Is again, everyone makes Tej from honey that they've harvested or stolen. Let's face it, from bees. And do they smoke it in the same way? Well, we don't know. The bacteria might be different depending on the vats that they're using. I would say that the strong version of Tej uniformly was mostly dry and funky, a bit like let's say a moderate lambic. So barnyardy, yes. The acidity was more tart than sour. So again, Berliner Weiss levels maybe. So it's that type of flavor, but I mean, imagine the possibilities if you started analyzing all these yeast blends. It would be, I don't know what we'd discover, to be honest.
No, there's some questions coming on that too. Let's see, and then we have Holger wanting to know, what does the frutiada made with the strawberries taste like? So he asked because, you know, often you don't get the fruit flavor in the actual drink once it's fermented.
Yeah, in this case, they add the wild strawberry puree like the day that they will prepare the vat for serving. So it's very sweet. It's very much like the craft smoothies that we've been like reading about these days. I'm not a big fan of those, but I can understand. I mean, it's pureed fruit, so it's very, very fruity and rich and sweet. So frutiada is that, and it's nicely balanced with the acidity from the chicha. So again, a Berliner Weiss type acidity, nothing too strong. And obviously it's very popular because it's sweet and very fruity. So the fruit has not been fermented, and to my knowledge, they don't sell frutiada that's been thoroughly fermented, because probably people don't want that. They just want the huge strawberry puree flavor.
Right, so they just puree the strawberries, dump them in, and then sell it immediately.
Exactly. It's very close to some smoothie sours.
Yeah, makes sense.
But they don't can it, so it doesn't explode.
No. Right. We have Kyle Navis asking, how did the chicha brewers mill the corn?
The chicha brewers milling the corn. Let's see. I saw a maltster in Bolivia. She put the corn in a big wooden barrel with the top off, and she had a tool to just crush it. So she did that. That was her job. So just crushed by hand. And in Peru, the vats I saw were usually smaller. I didn't mention that, but the vats looked about this size because they serve fresh chicha every day. So obviously they don't want when there's some left at the end of the day, they usually throw it into plants or just the yard. So again, they crush it by hand. I don't remember the difference in the tool though, but I remember it was much smaller, so it's less work than the maltster in Bolivia that really had muscles there, because she was really like her vat was the size of a 500-liter wooden barrel. Yeah.
Okay. And then there is a guy named Mohammed Tawfeeq He says he says it's a great talk, and he wants to know if these yeasts have been sequenced.
Some of them, yes. You would have
whole genome sequenced.
No. But the sequencing had begun. You would have to contact Le Labo. Mohammed speaks French, I'm sure, if he's in Belgium or he understands it. So Le Labo, they're in Quebec here. They have everything stored properly right now, and they could tell you about their research a little more. They were teaming up with the Laval University a couple of years ago. I don't know if they are still doing that, but yes, I can supply emails, of course, to get Mohammed in touch.
It sounds like he will be interested. Then we have Mihai. He wants to know if your slides will be shared.
Sure. Where do I send them?
Just send them to me, and I'll put them on the festival site as one of the blog posts.
Yeah, great.
Let's see. Oh yes, this is Susan Verberg. About the Tej, do you know if the Saccharomyces was typical beer wine cerevisia, or the endemic honey yeast Saccharomyces bisporus, variety Melis?
That's a very good question. Again, I'm not a microbiologist. However, I can send you a link. There's a lab in Addis Ababa, if I remember, that studied over 100 or 200 Tella samples. Or is that Tej samples? It's been a while, obviously, but they've studied many samples, and they would probably supply quite interesting information there.
Ooh, yeah, you please send to me as well.
yes, it's available on ResearchGate. I would just have to take a few minutes and look at it, but I can send you links for sure.
Yeah, send me with the slides, and I'll put it in the same blog post.
Great.
Mike wants to know some of the flavors and attributes of chicha and of other traditional beverages, Tej, etc. But you did that, didn't you?
Yeah, I talked about so many things. Maybe it's overwhelming.
It is a bit overwhelming.
Yes. Chicha is like a protein-rich Berliner Weiss again. They're all somewhat like tart and very drinkable. Chicha is it's protein-rich, so the mouthfeel is creamy sometimes if it's carbonated, like the one in Peru. Bangchang and Xinjiang again is a tart like Berliner Weiss, but it's flat, so the body is like juicy. Literally, it's like drinking wheat juice that's tart. And the Tella doesn't have nearly as much acidity. Tella is really, to me, tasted like a very rustic, ordinary bitter. So cereally, a little sweet, and a touch of Gesho, which replaces the hops.
Yeah, not many of us know what Gesho flavor is like, but that's not your fault.
Yeah, well, I would say it's just like leaves, like leafy, a bit like tea, like a very generic tea. So it doesn't have a like juniper to me always adds a touch of conifer aroma. It's not conifer, but kind of. Yeah. Whereas Gesho I found was more leafy and bark-like, but very, very soft. Right? You're not licking trees there.
Yeah. So Geir Ove Grønmo wants to know where would you go next?
Oh,
he will probably be on the plane behind you then.
Oh, there's so many leads we have, don't we? If we could, we would definitely go to Georgia. But you have to do the timing properly. Of course, they don't brew all year round, and they don't brew everywhere in Georgia. I would go to South Sudan, but politically, it's not good timing either, because South Sudan, they make beer with grain and dates, and that could be potentially delicious.
Yeah.
I would go to Namibia. Namibia actually has a few restaurants that brew traditional beer. in the capital, Vinduk, and then Svakopmund on the coast, and in the north where the tribes live. I would go there for sure. I would go to the Tibetan Plateau because the Tibetan Plateau has barley growing there. And they're very proud of their barley, and they make their chang with barley, whereas Bhutan is wheat. So again, I imagine there are tons of earthenware vats there waiting for yeast to be collected. And there's so many other places, of course.
Yeah.
Ecuador and...
You forgot Gotland. Which is like half planned.
Yeah, Gotland. Eventually, the next trip we'll try and do Gotland if the health situation on the planet allows it.
Yes, yeah, it goes through all of this, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So Tollef Foghen wants to know: is it possible to get samples of these beers, outside of the regions where they're made?
They're all very fresh beers, so you would not. I mean, there's no point in bottling some and carrying it over unless you want to hand that over to a lab. They would start fermenting or over fermenting. They would probably explode at some point. I mean, if you've had pulque in Mexico, that agave fermented beverage, if you bottle that again, it starts carbonating and it just explodes. It would probably be as bad as bottling raw ale and expecting it to last months and months without the proper care. It's just not a good idea. Like I said very quickly, the chicha brewers usually dump their chicha every night. They serve a fresh batch every day. So I mean, I wouldn't no. You don't encounter it outside because it doesn't travel well at all, and I wouldn't even try traveling with it on the way back unless it's a tiny quantity for labs, and
right.
Unless you want to soil your luggage, of course.
We have done that.
No.
I have.
Never.
Yeah, the questions are just coming. Let me think. Yeah. So Andres Wiel is waiting for us and wants to talk to us. And Atle Ove in Voss is also getting ready. Is there any ethnological documentation of these places that you know about?
Actually, there's lots of stuff that can be found on ResearchGate. Most of the research I did for every one of these places, Bhutan especially, is very rich on that front. They tend to have people research more the cultural aspect of it and the ethnicities of the people brewing these products for religious purposes or for everyday purpose. So Bhutan has a lot available out there. Very little descriptives of the beers themselves, but there are just countless documents of Bhutanese traditions and the Sharshop versus the people in the West that speak Dzonga and the differences, and when they have words. Bang chang and sin chang are two words for beer, but they have expressions where the chang at the end gets preceded by a different word depending on when you serve it and what context. So that's all stuff. Again, I can send you links. Fascinating research on that level for sure.
I'm sure a lot of people would be interested, so we could put the links in that blog post together with your slides. Yeah.
Yes, great.
That would be great. There's more questions, but I think people were definitely very interested in this. But I think we have to move on. Thanks a lot, Martin. It's really great that we were finally able to feature you at the festival. We wanted that since the first year, actually. But yeah.
Eventually, I'll travel there for the festival. But so I still love traveling with you guys for actual research. So I can't leave Canada all the time. I actually have to make money for a living.
Yeah, it sucks, doesn't it? Okay. Thank you.
Take care, guys.
Yeah,
Cheers,
hope to see you in Gotland.
Yes, hopefully soon.
Yep. Yeah, I'll talk to the virus and ask it to behave.
That's very nice of you.
Yeah, cheerio. Okay, that was Martin. The plan is that we should now have Anders Wiel joining us briefly from Estonia. Anders is on, so I will just invite him in. Yeah, thanks for posting the link to Martin's blog. Now we're waiting for Anders to go through the process. There's no sign of him doing anything. We'll wait a little bit. Ah, he's accepted. Okay, so he's coming. And here is someone with no video. Hello, Andres, can you hear me?
Hello, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
There's no sound. I can't hear anything.
Can you hear me?
Ah,
No?
there is a very faint sound. This was the same problem we had when they did the test.
All right. Can you hear me now?
Then you did something and the sound was great.
Hello?
Do it
Hello?
again. A little bit better.
Can you hear me now?
Yes,
hello,
a little
hello.
faint. Yeah, now it's good. Yeah.
Now it's good. It's working.
Yeah, perfect.
Can you see me?
No.
No. All right. We can do it like this then.
Yeah, I remember what you look like.
Yeah. So thank you for making this wonderful corn festival. It's my pleasure to see all these brewings going on like this. Yes, for the people who are watching the festival. So I am a Koduõlu brewer at Saaremaa, and I had the pleasure of meeting Lars and Martin and had one time, and then from them I got the idea to visit the Hornindal festival. All right, yeah, and then at Saaremaa we had a Koduõlu festival, õlletoober, at one point, and I heard that there is a similar thing going on in Norway, and I was tempted to go there with my beer, and it was a really long way, a really enjoyable way, but it was worth the travel. It was wonderful to see people offering their beers at the festival. So I was, the way was really long, and I was a bit late too, but it was the pleasure.
It was really great that you came. Since we're talking to you anyway, maybe you can compare Koduõlu with the Kornøl from Hornindal.
I think the tastes that the people were having, they were quite interesting and really tasty. I think I couldn't try all the beers there, but the ones that I had a chance to taste, everyone was different, and I cannot compare to my beer that I make, but I loved the beers that the people had there. So they were everyone had their own something different, and they were drinkable and enjoyable. So it was all my pleasure.
So when people on Saaremaa in Estonia ferment their Koduõlu, what do they use?
You mean the yeast for fermenting? Yeah. Nowadays, I think people are buying from the shops the baking yeast, and it works well as well. It makes good beer. and yeah, it's people. Some people say that they are buying the modern yeasts from the shops, but most of the brewers, they still use the baking yeast. That's the yeast that is available from the shops, and it makes a good bread, white bread as well.
So I seem to remember that your father-in-law, Arne Trey, he remembered having his own yeast, right?
Yes, people used their own yeasts and the yeast culture. That if somebody had made a good beer, then the yeast was shared, and this way the yeast kind of people got the hold on the yeast. But later on, if it came to the shops, then people started buying from the shops, and the yeast culture kind of disappeared. So
yeah, do you know roughly when that was?
Actually, I don't. I think Arne said that when he had he remembered how the old yeast acted and how it was like. But I personally I haven't seen it myself. But I'm trying to rediscover it, and by the descriptions it may be possible.
And you have a commercial brewery, right, that makes Kodåli?
Yeah, well, I don't want to be in trouble with the law enforcement, so and I want to make the beer, so yeah, that's the only way, I think.
Yeah,
to make the beer and offer it to the people.
So where is your beer available if someone wants to try it?
Yeah, it's available in the restaurant in Kuressaare and Hofen, and in Tallinn it's the beer restaurant Põrgu.
Yeah, and Kuressaare is the main town on Saaremaa, right?
Yeah. There is a restaurant that offers good Saaremaa food, and they kind of want it. So.
Right. Is anything more you would like to add, or should we move on?
Yeah, I think thank you for making this festival possible.
Thank you for joining.
It's wonderful.
Thank you.
Yeah. Bye.
Bye, and thanks for joining us. Okay, then the plan is to go to Voss, where Atle Ove is going to talk about the UNESCO application. Okay, so Atle Ove is going to... Oh, that's something else, sorry. Yeah, they're ready.
Hear us, Voss?
Yeah, I just turned on the sound. You're on, Voss.
Yeah. So I'll quickly give the word to Atle Ove. He's here in a minute. He's just put some hops in the beer. This is hops grown at Flatlandsmo. It's less than at Dale. Sorry, this is actually even closer. This is from this farm. Kjetil's hops, flower hops. Sorry. Yeah, so
I've done it.
With that, we'll quickly give the word to Atle Ove and his speech on UNESCO and the progress on the application.
Yeah, go, Atle Ove, we're ready.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Atle Ove Martinussen. I'm the CEO of Western Cultural Academy, Western Norway Cultural Academy, and we have earlier this year launched the idea of applying for UNESCO status for home brewing with Kveik. So it's a long process, and we started out in early or late February. So if Dag could show you some pictures. We had an international seminar in 28th of February, and we also had the launching of the idea of applying for the UNESCO status of Kveik as intangible cultural heritage. And that was, as I said, 28th of February, and 2 weeks later we had the pandemic, this COVID-19 and Corona. So it slowed us down quite a bit, and thing has gone a little bit slow after that. But still, a lot of things have happened. During the launching, we had a talk and a kind of tasting of Kveik beer and salted meat in this guild hall from the 13th century. It's the oldest guild hall in Norway, built in wood, still standing. And in this building, they had ritual beer drinking. So when you was going to close agreement on selling land or buildings, you had to drink beer to conclude the agreement. It's also, this is something we have to put into the application. And I could mention some other thing. In 2024, we had a law in Norway called Gulatingslova, where and the law said you had to brew at least two times a year. When you have harvested in October and for Christmas. And if you didn't do that, you could actually lose your property. So this was something people had to do. And if you denied and didn't do it, as I said, this could be severe. And this law actually lasted until 1274. But the people of Western Norway, they didn't get that. They actually continued to believe that they had to brew twice a year at least. And in the 1970s, I spoke to an old man in Hardanger, and he was 80 years old, and he told me, I said, why are you brewing beer for Christmas? You don't know, it's the law. I have to brew, could lose my farm. So I didn't say anything about that the law was not actually active. So, but that shows the strong position beer had in the society, in the medieval society. And in 1241, the Archbishop of Norway, he had sent a letter to the Pope in Rome and actually asked if he could baptize the children in beer instead of holy water. The Pope was very strict and he said, you cannot do that. So I believe actually that people did do that before they asked the Pope. And there's also 3 years earlier, they actually asked to change the wine into using beer as a sacrament, but it's not bad.
Yeah, not bad. Yeah.
Not bad. And the Pope also said, no, that was not possible. But these are things actually we find in archives and in the history that we have to put into this application. It's a huge demand for UNESCO that you actually have to document or record all these within the history, archives, also art. There are a lot of paintings where you can see the importance of beer. And all these things we have to collect and put together in this application. So it will take about 2 years to conclude this application. But Cultural Academy is working with it continuously. And we will, hopefully, we will succeed and we will have farmhouse brewing with Kveik as UNESCO intangible cultural heritage. I have a strong belief that we will do, and we will do it together, because there's a lot of people working in western parts of Norway to make this happen. So we need all the brewers and also a lot of other people around to help us with this part. What we have been doing now in this Corona era, we have been making applications for funding for research, and we want to do research on Kveik. There's already been done some research, but we want to go a little bit deeper. We will do it together with the University of Bergen. It's a department called NIBIO, and they are doing research on yeasts. So we will do DNA samples, we will collect Kveik, different Kveiks, and research on it. So we are waiting for positive answers on this application. So hopefully by the end of the year we will have money to start that process. And that will be a parallel process to the application. So it goes alongside with making the application, and it's very important for us to have this research, and we will try to find the molecular clock for Kveik. We'll see how far back can we go to find the cradle of Kveik. I believe actually that Kveik was taken into use when agriculture started in western part of Norway, and that is actually 6,000 years ago. So if we can prove that, this is really in the whole world, this will be very important for the intangible cultural heritage, and it's been passed on from generation to generation up till today, and it's still in active use. It has not been discovered, as a lot of people think these days. It was discovered for 4 or 5 years ago. No, it has always been alive, but it was spread within the world for maybe 4 years ago. Right. So that's the difference. So, and this is actually a yeast from the western part of Norway, still in use. I don't know which picture Dag now has on his screen, but what we also did just before the Corona came was, during the launching, we had 2 journalists from London, beer journalists. It was Martin Thibault and Claire Bullen. And both of them has produced articles from Voss area about Kveik and brewing, and Claire Bullen's was published less than 2 weeks ago in Good Beer Hunting, and Martin Thibault's came in April. So there's been some delays because of the Corona. If we now have a picture of the copper kettle, and you can see Kjetil. You have that picture, Dag?
What do you say?
Does he have the picture of you and the journalist, the radio journalist?
I don't know. Do you have that picture, Dag?
No, sorry.
No, we don't have it now.
You don't have it? No, okay. The point was that in August we had a journalist from the Norwegian Broadcasting Company, and he was doing a radio program on Kveik. Was very interesting, a long program, almost half an hour. And this also is a part of this work to spread the news about Kveik, and also to help us to get Kveik to UNESCO. There's also been other articles in papers. There's been television. So things are happening. But as I said, it's been a bit slow now. In this area in Vestland, Voss, we have more than 130 buildings, so-called smokehouses, black houses, which goes back to the medieval times. And they was actually dwelling houses, but during the centuries they become more like bakery houses, what we call houses, and there they also brewed in these houses. So that's also very interesting for my project, because there are a lot of old gear used for brewing. So in these old houses, we will go looking for DNA samples. So the inner part of the Western Norway has been, if you go long way back, you can see that this was quite remote, and the traditions have been kept for all these centuries, partly because it is was a remote area. But what I think, if you all have tasted Kveik beer, Kveik öl, I think actually that this was passed on from family to family and generation to generation, because it tastes so lovely, with so good aroma and quick to make and strong alcohol. I think it was something that they really needed. And the way it was used in the society, it was for when you had a child, you had barseløl, it's children's beer, to celebrate that you actually had got a new baby. Well, what they also did in the former times, we go way back, they actually took the baby and bathed it in beer, in the Kveik beer, because when they did that, the strength of the earth would go into the baby. Maybe that was how we made the Vikings. So the whole story around Kveik is getting bigger and bigger, and it's spreading, like we all know, throughout the world. So we are very eager also to tell the true story about the Kveik. So it will come more. Just follow up in the internet, and we will inform you continuously. So thank you very much, and gott skål.
Skål!
Thank you, Atle Ove.
Drink from the kettle.
There's one. Can you hear me?
Yeah, barely. They can barely hear you.
Okay. There's one question that people often ask about this project, and it's what is going to be UNESCO listed? Is it the yeast, or is it the tradition of brewing with it?
Repeat the question, please, Lars Marius.
What will be UNESCO listed? Is it the yeast, or the whole tradition of brewing with it?
I can answer that, Lars Marius. What we are working with is the total area where Kveik is used. From Sunnmøre, Hornindal, Sogn, Nordfjord, and this area of Western Norway, Hardanger and Voss. And it's the home brewing with Kveik. So it's both the beer and the yeast as part of the beer. Yeah. That's what we will try to get enlisted. And it's also the traditions around the beer and the use of the beer. And the most important thing is that there are a lot of communities in this area that brew Kveik beer, and also we have the oppskåka, so still is part of the brewing. So it's some rituals around that also will be important to secure. And what is the most important for the Cultural Academy through this status of UNESCO is to get focus on homebrewing with Kveik, and also to pass it on to new, younger people. That's the idea.
I have some kids. I'm gonna pass it down to them.
Yeah, perfect. There's several people in the chat saying good luck with the application.
Thank you.
Let's see. Should we do the yes?
Yeah, Sigmund is sitting down, Lars Marius. Hei, Lars Marius.
Hei, hei.
Hei.
Jeg skal bare si litt til på engelsk, og så kan vi starte. So Sigmund asked that we do this bit in Norwegian, but I will try to summarize in English afterwards. Ja. Ikke så ofte vi har tid til å prate, så det var fint å få sjansen. En ting som veldig mange spør om hva du synes om det at Kveik har gått verden rundt.
Ja, Kveiken har gått verden rundt, Lars Marius, var det du sa?
Ja, men hva du synes om det?
Jo, jeg synes det jo helt fantastisk, altså, og det jo de selv da.
Din nå? Jeg hadde ikke hatt noe Kveik å dele, hvis ikke du ga den bort.
Nei, men jeg kan ikke bare skylde på deg, altså. Nei, det besøket jeg hadde av deg og Martin Thibault, det var jo helt fantastisk. Det var kjekt for meg, og det var jo kjekt for dikkerne også, husker jeg. Og vi oppdaget noe som var, det oppfattet som ganske unikt da. Og da gav det uttrykk for, husker jeg, veldig tydelig. Og etter det var å brygge jo meg, så reiste det vel til Stjørdal, hvis ikke til feil. Og så kom det igjen en veka etterpå, hjem til meg da. Og fikk smake på det ølet som de hadde vært med å brygge på.
Ja, jeg har jo smakt det 2 ganger. Det kan vi jo snakke litt om.
Ja, men det var jo, og du skrev jo en bok, vet du, om dette her greiene. Og dermed så eksploderte jo hele greia. Så jeg har jo hatt et svare strev med å sendt Kveik både til Argentina og USA og Japan og over hele verden, altså. Men det bare kjekt. Jeg synes det veldig hyggelig, altså, at folk synes dette her verdt å ta. Og det en skatt som var nyoppdaget. Men hadde ikke du og Martin Thibault var i kjelleren min, så hadde han fortsatt vært uoppdaget, for å si det sånn.
Det var andre som var og så på det, blant annet mannen her var på Voss året før meg og hentet Kveik. Men han ville bare brygge med den selv da.
Ja, det var Amund.
Amund Arnesen, ja. Han fikk din Kveik av Jon Gjerde, faktisk.
Hei, Amund. Kjekt å du synder ned her. Ja, Jonas har kommet.
Ja, så bra. Hva mer burde jeg spørre deg om? Jeg må innrømme hjernen litt stekt etter 10 timer med programleding. Hei, Jon.
Fullt forståelig, Lars Marius.
Da telefonen din på. Ja. Så bra.
Det 2 timer igjen.
Dette her har jo vært bare veldig koselig hele kvelden, og imponerende. Og alle sendinger foregått på engelsk eller amerikansk. Så det som gjenstår nå, det at du tar deg en tur til Voss og kan slappe av og ta deg en skikkelig fest med skikkelige folk.
Ja, skulle jeg veldig gjerne gjort. Absolutt. Og kanskje lar det seg gjøre også. Vi må forhandle litt med det viruset.
Ja, altså her på... Vi er jo en gjeng her, ingen av oss har noe virus.
Vi har masse virus.
Nei, det vel jeg som problemet.
Ja, du bor i Oslo, så det jo et problem, ja. Men du kan komme opp, Lars Marius, du kommer opp, og så kan du be i karantene og meg i 3 veker, så går det fint.
Bare du har brygget først, så.
Jeg har nettopp brygga.
Ja, perfekt.
Vi setter Kveik i kveld.
Ja, helt topp. OK.
Du får oversette det her til engelsk, Lars Marius. Lykke til.
Ja, jeg skal gjøre det. Så,
Ok, hei. Ha det bra.
Takk. Ha det.
Hei. Ha det bra.
So I will do the promised translation in English. I asked Sigmund what he thought about Kveik now being sent all over the world, and he said that, he thought it was excellent. He described Kveik as a hidden treasure, was the word he used, and he's very happy that it's no longer hidden and it's actually available to people around the world. So he said he has a svare strev. It means heavy toil with sending Kveik all over the world, Japan, Argentina, and everywhere. But he said that's just nice. He's happy about that. He likes that it's available to people and that it's saved from extinction, I suppose. Yeah, he said he really enjoyed the visit that Martin and I paid to him in 2014. I tried to get him to talk about the second visit that I had in 2018, which I think is interesting. He didn't say it, but I will do it. So I came back to Voss in 2018, stayed with Sigmund, and he arranged a little party where he served some cured meats and of course his own beer. And then a good way into the evening, he came up with a bottle of beer that was from this brew that we made in 2014. And one thing that was very interesting about this brew, which had been sitting in the bottle for 4 years, was no acidity, no funk at all, oxidized, of course, and as I remember, the Kveik flavor had faded. Esters probably eaten by something in there, but still a very good beer. That's for a beer that's fermented with your own house-maintained culture. That's really quite amazing. Okay, we have another person in North America that we want to bring on. Let me see if I can find Mr. Jeremy Zimmerman. Yeah, and he is now being invited onto the screen. No, Sigmund did actually not use a plastic bottle. As I remember, that was a glass one. Let's see, Jeremy should be coming. He has accepted, so we're just waiting for the video to load. Should appear any second. Maybe. So I did 13 test broadcasts before the show, but Jeremy is the only one we didn't do one with. Maybe we should have done. Okay, so Jeremy needs to close and restart his browser, apparently. So we will let him do that. Yeah, Sigurd Johan Saure says he has shipped his Kveik, which is number 8 Tormod Garden, to 28 different countries around the world this year. So that's another person having heavy toil. Still no Jeremy. I will throw him out and invite him back. Maybe that will work. Looks like Sigurd just sold some Kveik in the chat. Ah, there we have Jeremy. Yes, fantastic. Hello, Jeremy. Nice to meet you, and interesting to do it this way. I can't hear you, no. Still no sound, nothing. Ah, now something happened. Say something. No. Just static, sorry. No. So we should, yeah, 13 test broadcasts was a really, oh, your mic is off. And like, oh, you need to give permission to the browser to access your microphone, I think. No, it's not working. Turn the audio, turn the video off, but I think it's the browser needs to have permission to access your microphone. I'm guessing that's the problem. So there should be a little dialog window somewhere that you need to say yes. Oh, you are here twice. No. Not looking promising, Jeremy. Sorry. Okay. That's a shame. Yeah, we're being told in the chat that you have 2 minutes to do it. I'll just let you struggle with that. I mean, if we hear you, we will hear you, and I will answer some questions. So if you manage to get through, Jeremy, just talk to us, and we will hear you, and we'll do the segment. If I don't hear you, I'll just keep going. Maybe, Amund, you can say some words about the Oslo strain. That's a subject that keeps coming up.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, the Oslo strain. That's an interesting story. For those of you who don't know about it yet, which probably isn't many people, because it's all over the world by now, it is a single isolate from our house culture at Ethiopian Tej, which is sold by Bootleg Biology, which are located in Nashville in the States, I believe. And this all actually happened because we were at a festival in Amsterdam called Carnavale Brettanomyces, which is a fantastic festival, which I recommend everyone to go to if they can. And we met this nice American guy in a bar drinking beer. And he was interested in what we were doing. And we happened to have a few bottles with us of our beer. And we gave one to him. And a few months later, he sent us a message that, they had opened the beer and they all drank it, and everyone at the lab thought it was a really good beer. And of course, being a yeast lab, they had put it under the microscope and found something interesting. And I believe they picked out this strain on morphology because it looked a bit different than the other ones. And they started trying to test ferment with it, and it produced a very clean flavor. So basically, they were testing it 35, 36, 38, all up to 40 degrees, I think. And it produced lager-like clean flavors. So that was definitely something they thought was interesting. And they wrote us an email and said, well, we found this interesting strain. Do you mind if we use that? And I said, well, yeah, we have gotten it from our house culture, which is based on 3 Hornindal cultures. We don't know which one of those cultures the actual Oslo strain is from. So it was hard for us to give permission or not give permission. But Lars Marius has made sure that there's a registry where the owners of the Kveik have agreed to the usage of Kveik in this sort of instances, and all those 3 check out there. So we thought, okay, then it's okay with them, but we cannot actually put the name of the Kveik where it's isolated from, because we don't know, and he doesn't know, nobody knows. So he originally came up with the name Oslo Kveik, and I know he got some negative feedback on calling it a Kveik straight away from some Norwegian people, and he took the Kveik away and just called it the Oslo. And that's basically the story, and we didn't have much to do with the naming, of course. We said, you name it what you want, it's your brand to sell. We couldn't influence that too much, but I have heard later from more than one person that they feel that it's a bit wrong that there's an Oslo Kveik, because Oslo doesn't have any Kveik. And this very much turns out to be the sort of city versus the rural area kind of a debate. And I have to say that it's, at least from our perspective and also from bootlegology, it never was meant as a disrespect towards the owners of the Kveiks. It was just a way to solve the fact that we didn't know which one it was isolated from. So they picked Oslo since our brewery is in Oslo, and that's it. And the yeast became hugely popular. So that's the story.
Thank you, Amund. We will try to see if Jeremy has sorted out his IP issues. So, when you speak, Jeremy, can I hear you? No. The microphone is white, but there is no sound. Okay. You make popping noises and the microphone goes red. And I can't turn it on now. Yeah, I see you took the... But then that means there was sound. Not the sound of you speaking, but the sound from the jack. Yeah, I think when you take it out, the browser loses the permissions that it had. So now we can't turn it on again, and you probably have to log on and back on again to get it to work. That's what happens when I turn these off. The permission gets lost. Sorry about this.
Vil at jeg skal gjøre en liten reklame for det, kanskje?
Ja, bare gjør det.
Okay, so while we're still trying to sort out the technical difficulties, I was reminding Lars Marius that we, being humble Norwegians, we forget to ask for your support. And there is a green button right there where it says supporting the festival. And this festival is non-profit, and none of the people you've seen involved in any of the videos today get paid for this. And all the money you donate goes back into making a great festival next year as well. So if you've appreciated everything you've seen and heard today, and you want to support us, please do.
That was a good pitch. Jeremy has dropped off. He is probably in the process of restarting his web browser, I would think. He's trying to come back, I see. Let's see if he does. Thank you, Chip. Yeah, Jeremy, let's try one more time. And if it doesn't work, then we give up and we just do questions until we have to announce the winner of the homebrewing competition. I will prepare that because I have to do that anyway. Okay, no sign of Jeremy just yet. Has he tried the hammer? Well, if he's tried the hammer, he's not coming back on, is he? I will try throwing him out and re-inviting him just in case. It seemed to work last time. Ah, he's not online at all. You did try the hammer. Oh well. Kveik the mic. Yeah, we are trying to kveik the mic. Okay, I will mute myself for a second. Okay, we did a little discussion here. Amund will take over for a moment.
Okay, so we have a question here that reads like this. Is from Susan. I noticed 2 out of the 3 used wort chillers, and I might have missed the third one. No, you haven't, Susan. It's just 1.5 hours away. How would that have worked before the wort chillers? This is a modern addition to traditional brewing, right? Would the longer cool down make the beer go sour sooner? Well, I will answer to the best of my knowledge. I remember when I was in Voss the first time with Jon, as you saw on screen here earlier, he was waving, and he was actually not using a modern immersion chiller like the ones you have seen used today. He was taking the wort in these milk containers that you've also been seeing used today, and put it in the stream to cool down. So I guess that is one way they would have been doing it earlier on, especially in the areas where they had access to these metal milk containers. And there's also the possibility of just waiting it out. Like the question says, is that, well, the faster you cool, the more safe you are from other contaminants coming into the beer. But do remember that these brewers are using Kveik, which is a fast and hot fermenter. So even though you would have some chance of infections coming into the wort as it cools more slowly, you are adding a very viable, very tough, fast working yeast that will, you have enough cells also to start fermentation straight away and go fast and make alcohol really quickly and beat the competition, so to speak. So I guess this also touches in on the reason why they would ferment so hot that they do. Because if you are waiting, if you don't have a modern immersion chiller, you're waiting for this wort to cool with ambient temperature. The wait, the last wait is the longest. So the first part of the temperature going down from 100 and down, that goes quicker. But as the ambient temperature comes close to the temperature of the wort, that slows down the process quite heavily. So that is also an evidence that they would, of course, not waited longer than they had to. And incidentally, if you are much above 40 degrees, then you will kill the yeast. And 37, which is the elbow in the wort temperature, that will not kill the yeast, but it will ferment very fast. And it takes longer if you're going to wait down to 20 degrees, for instance. So I guess that's my attempt at answering that. Maybe we can ask some of the traditional brewers about it as well. So now we have Lars Marius back, so I'll put him on.
Yeah, there's still 1 minute to go before the clock says that we should announce the winner. So I need to if you move a little bit to the right, I need to announce the second sponsor, and this is a very important part of the program. So you may have noticed this. Yes, my cell phones, no, my headphones were out of battery, and so I had to borrow my daughter's. And so I told her that in compensation I would consider her a sponsor, and so she put this up. So she's sponsoring this festival, just so you know. Okay, and with that, the clock has ticked around, so we can present the winners of the homebrewing competition. Let me see. That's weird. Yeah, I'll just share the whole screen.
It's a little bit blurry for me. Could you hold it up? And share in the chat.
Oh, it's a bit blurry. I'm sorry. She's gonna be upset if I. Yeah, I can't move it that much either. So it's her name, Oda Garsol, sponsored by. That's what it says. Okay. It's here. Right. Okay, and then you should see the slides. Checking to see on the other screen that that's actually what you're seeing. No. That sucks. But I can. Sorry, my brain is getting quite slow because I'm getting tired here, but I can fix this by. No. Okay. I'll fix it like the Swedish way.
The Swedish way.
And now you should see the slides.
That didn't delay.
Okay, and after the traditional pause for the technical glitch, we're ready to present the winners of the homebrewing competition. So the happy people you see in this photo are last year's winners, first, second, and third place. So this is the 5th time that we do the homebrewing competition. When it started out, it was pretty small. Like I said, the first year we had only 10 brewers. Lars Andreas Thomasgaard won that year. And then the year after, Jørund was the winner. And the third year is actually really embarrassing. Ståle is on the board for this festival, so he's not allowed to win. But he tricked us. So when we had picked the winner, we asked Bjørn Harald, who has the job of carrying the beer and serving it to us, who the winner was, and he said, Pellabakken Låvebryggeri. And we'd never heard of that, those guys. So we just said, yeah, okay, that's fine. They're the winners then. And then afterwards, we discovered that, oh, it's Ståle. By then, it was too late to do anything. So he ended up as the winner. And then last year, Lars Andreas won the competition for the 2nd time. So he's the only person in history to have won the competition twice. And of course, winning when we have 58 beers competing is quite impressive. This year, the entrants were required to mail the beer here to my house in Oslo, except for the one that was delivered to you. So we only have 13 entrants this year. Most of them in the traditional plastic packaging, as you can see, or by now traditional, I suppose I should say. Amund, who's sitting here, was supposed to be one of the judges, but he was unable to do it. So I was one of the judges. We had Sigrid Stretkvarn, works for the biggest industrial lager brewery in Norway, very capable person. We had Geir Ove Grønmo, who's certified beer judge. He's a home brewer. He's been a beer enthusiast for 20 years. He's actually the person who got me interested in beer. And we also have Sølvi Strifeldt, who's really into farmhouse ale and is blogging about it and has a judging certification. This is us at work. This competition, as I always say, is the hardest to judge because the beers are just all over the place. And it's the most surprising for the same reason. When you try the next beer, you never have any idea what it's going to be like. And the most fun. Massively fun to judge. So I love judging this competition. And we used a system where every beer got a score from 0 to 10. And then after the first round, we just picked the ones that we thought would have the highest scores, summed them up, and pretty much immediately it was clear that 5 beers were well ahead of the others. So then we did the final round with those 5 beers. And oh yes, that's a good question from Johan. How do we judge the beers when they are so different? What is the criteria? So in normal beer judging, you judge to style. For us, that's really difficult because there's many styles, that's one thing, and we can't really break them up. And the other problem is we're outsiders, so how do we determine what is acceptable and what is not? So instead, we've done it subjectively. But any beer that tastes modern in the sense that, say, tastes of American hops or tastes of modern, really dark malts, those beers don't get judged at all. They just get thrown out. And of course, what I'm going to do now is to present the results, which is what the brewers are waiting for. And the fun part is, of course, to draw out this as long as possible to torture them. But I guess I shouldn't be overdoing it. So we can turn to the person in the 5th place. And that's Sigurd Johan Saure, who was in the chat here selling Kveik just a moment ago. He brewed a beer that he called Imperial Wedding Beer. This is a beer with a story, actually, because his grandpa sometimes brewed beers for people's weddings, and there was a guy who ordered a beer for a wedding and then told his grandpa that, well, don't brew a weak beer like you usually do. So he thought, okay, I'm going to show him. And when Sigurd Johan tried to replicate that beer last year, he ended up with 16%. Apparently, this guy had come back speaking a rather different tone, saying that, yeah, the beer was strong enough, yeah. And also they'd all fallen asleep at 10 o'clock. So he toned it down a little bit this year for 12%. It was a lovely beer, wonderful combination of the fruit character from the Kveik and caramelly malty flavors, balanced to some degree by the raw ale character. Some judges were a little bit bothered by the alcohol, I guess because it's 12%. So if we were to say something negative about it, it would be that, but it wasn't very negative. Let's put it that way. It was a very good beer. There was also a 4th place, And this gentleman, by the name of Torkjell Austad, made it to 4th place. It was his raw ale with number 18 Gausemel that made it. Had a little bit of smoky character, caramel and hints of red berries. Really very balanced and complex. Difficult to complain about anything in this beer, really. So, very good effort. Excellent beer. Congratulations. And then we have the 3rd place, which I will announce in a moment. And that's, oh yes, we don't have a photo of this person, that's right. Jonas Svare sent this beer in. It was a raw ale with number 8 Tormodgarden, same, actually Sigurd Johans Kveik, to which he added sweet gale, Miracle Gale, and spruce shoots. Really a light, delicate, fresh beer. It was really a pleasure to drink. I happily do many pints of that one. It had a very clear herbal signature, but very well balanced, just the right amount of herbs. Even so, one of the judges said that this is going to be a love or hate it beer. But you were lucky, and all 4 judges loved it. So that's really lucky. Yeah, it was also a daring beer in that sense. So congratulations to Jonas on this beer. Yes, there's also a 2nd place, and someone made it to 2nd place. And eventually, of course, we're going to reveal who it is. So this person comes from Stjørdal, as you can see in the photo, and his name is Jørund Gjeving. He's actually been on screen here quite a few times. This is him making the malts that he used in this beer. Some people asked earlier what's underneath the grain, and in this photo, Jørund is holding the one of the boards that's underneath the malt. So he won this for his Stjørdalsøl, where he used his own malts 100%, but he broke with tradition and used the number 20 Espe Kveik. Really a beautiful beer, fantastic, strong alder smoke aroma, and a little bit of acid, not much, just enough to liven up the beer, and these strong tones of red berries. Really wonderful malt character, and with some quite a bit of complexity from leather, dry wood, kind of toasty flavors. Fantastic beer.
Yes, that's it.
Yeah, I see people have figured out that Jørund is the guy with the helmet. Yeah, what comes after 2nd?
I don't remember.
Is it 3rd?
Yeah,
I think there is one more slide that we should show.
Or maybe not.
Yeah, maybe not. Yeah, we could just answer some questions.
Yeah, let's do that.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah, I suppose we have to do it. So the 1st place went to Party Helmet, as people say in the chat. This gentleman, Jørund Gjeving, for a beer from the same malt, and if I remember correctly, also the same wort, but now fermented with the bread yeast. We're judging this stuff blind, but I wasn't very surprised to discover it was the same brewer that had both of these beers, because they are very similar. That malt character is really the same. They didn't taste exactly the same, and there was a reception of the 2nd place beer was more mixed. This one had top scores from everyone, so it was in the lead after the 1st round. That's the one where you see the numbers sum to 32. And then when we tried again, we try all the beers, we ranked them. It ended up first again. Then we did some discussion, and the lead just became even more clear. So when you can make malt like this, yeah, you're gonna be hard to beat. That's how it is. So congratulations, Jørund, on becoming the second person in the history of this festival to win the competition twice. I am now going to try to... No, hang on. I don't need to invite Mr. Party Helmet because he should be here from Stjørdal. Hello? You're very quiet, Jørund.
I can't hear you, but
we can hear you.
This is so
De hører
amazing.
De hører jeg bare snakk.
Du er godt fornøyd, ser jeg. Det er bra.
Er du fornøyd, Jørund?
I can't hear what you're saying.
Can you hear me now?
Er du fornøyd, Jørund?
Kan du høre meg nå? Hører du meg, Jørund?
Jørund, altså...
Hører du meg?
Jørund?
Nei, det funker ikke.
Jørund har høreapparat, så han sliter med å få inn lyden på øret. Jørund, snakk. Hva føler du nå, Jørund? Du har vunnet hele driten.
I skipped the hearing aid. What? Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yes.
They got the mic. Can you hear me now?
Yes, good.
Yeah. Okay.
Hei.
Hi.
Det gikk jo ganske bra, det her.
What can I say? It's amazing. It's amazing.
That's great.
I can't find the word.
Jeg har tatt vare på det vi ikke drakk, og skal kose meg med det etterpå.
Ja, flott. Kjempeflott.
We have several gallons of it here, so we'll enjoy it later.
Jeg synes det var ekstra morsomt at det var varianten med Idun Blå som kom ut på topp.
Ja vel, ok. Jeg fikk ikke med meg. Jeg har mistet batteriet på begge hører.
Ja, jeg skjønner.
Jeg får ikke med meg så veldig mye.
The battery in the hearing aid is gone, but we have tasted this beer for this evening as well, and we totally agree with the judges. The ones with the bacon teeth was better than...
Okay, that's interesting.
But both of them were excellent.
Yeah, Jørund, you can start selling Idun Blå to the Americans.
Someone naps the hearing.
Oh, that's a shame.
Yeah. I'm back again.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
So are you going to start selling Idun Blå to America?
Maybe that's a very good idea. Idun Blå has been, I can't say the favorite, but the main used yeast for since 1950s here in Stjørdal. And as you have, as the jury have already said, it's excellent for at least Stjørdal Tej.
Yeah. People are asking, did you do anything special with this beer, or is it your normal brew?
Yeah, it's quite a normal beer. Quite a normal beer. It's a barley from made heder. Yeah, and I've made the malt myself, of course. And this one was extremely good. It's had a lot of sweetness, and I was looking forward actually to brew with it, because I was quite sure it would give a very, very, very good brew.
So you're thinking the grain was actually especially good?
For me, it was. Yes.
Is that the weather this summer?
No, it was from last summer.
The dry summer.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Yeah.
We will send you the diploma in the mail. Du får diplom I posten.
Okay.
2 stykker, selvfølgelig.
Thank you. Yeah, that's excellent. Yeah, it's been a great competition with all the best brewers, and I was looking forward to it as I always do, and I think this was a very great Kornølfestival, and I hope everyone all over the world have enjoyed
Seems
it.
like it. Comments are very good on the chat, at least.
Yes.
Great. Thank you, Jørund.
Thank you again.
Thanks. To those of the brewers who are listening, we will put the results for the people who weren't in 1st to 5th place onto the website. I will try to scan all the sheets from the judges and put those out so that you can actually see the detailed feedback. One great thing about doing this digitally is that we were able to do the judging before the festival and not during it, so we had a bit more time. It wasn't as stressful as it usually is. Yeah, perfect. We're supposed to go to Voss, where they seem to be happy with their boil. And yeah, Kjetil, you're on now.
Ja. Og skyller deg, og så har Dag mikset en sånn Starsan-greie.
Avslutter med Starsan.
Ja, sant. Så altså, jeg kan bare ta, for eksempel nå tar jeg litt grann sånn at jeg begynner den her, så fyller vi bare opp med vatten, så kan vi bruke det til noe. Det er ganske regn, det er bare... Det er 5 grader, sant? Ja.
Men skal du bare skylle deg litt?
Ok.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're ready to start the cooling here. Marius?
And washing.
Yeah.
Cooling and washing.
Go ahead, do it.
Yeah, it's fairly simple. We put the cooling spiral that Kjetil uses in the boiling wort for the last part of the boil, and then we ramp down on the firewood. So the boil now is very less intense and almost coming to a stop. So we're going to start the cooling, and then we're going to move the kettle away from the fireplace totally. So yeah, I guess we got a bit of time, so
okay,
we're starting the washing parallel.
Now we'll have some, just added warm water on that, and I just brush out of it. I have a brush here, didn't I? Yeah, it's oppvaskkost. Yeah, okay. And can you stir a little bit around just to get the circulation? Cool it down faster with the circulation.
Jeg stopper. Safety first, det der kokt mest. Kjøler ikke enda. Det kjørt. Det var sånn at du sier ferdig. Ja, det blir det. Så får du på kjøringen. Så kanskje Ivar tar den enda og så gjorde vi bare hele tiden. Skal vi ta en annen beger da? Men skal vi fylle litt opp der og sortere? Nei, bare stå her nå. Så den kan bare gå, du taster det der, og så skifter vi bare hele kjelen over. Ja, først skal vi kjøle den? Ja, men man kan altså fortsette å kjøle den, og den ligger over ilden. Nei, men det blir jo kjøle det der. Ja, det er i gang nå, så nå. Nå kommer hele greien over mot deg. Mot Atle eller mot andre? Mot Atle. Mot Atle, ja. Yeah, now so we're collecting the hot water from the cooling and we're moving the kettle away from the fireplace. Må du bytte side? Hæ? Dette kan vi ta deg. Nei. Da må du holde igjen, ja. Det kan løfte den vannet til. Og så kan du klemme deg over. Det holder. Nå er du helt på grensen. Nei, nå er den fin. Yeah, and out on the picture, behind the kettle now, we're collecting the hot water. And use that for cleaning the fermentation buckets that Kjetil is using. We're stirring at the same time as we're cooling to speed up the cooling process. Circulate the warm wort around the cold cooling spiral. Right. Changing fermenter, filling up the other fermenter for filling that up with warm water and a cleaning agent to clean out the fermenter. We also have disinfectant readily mixed, so when we're done cleaning, we disinfect with a no-rinse acid. Heitt og godt. Hva sier du? Heitt og godt. Er det godt? Ja, heitt og godt. Heitt og godt, ja. Kan ikke dere to ta litt ansvar mens jeg står der og... Ja, litt ansvar mens du drikker. Litt ansvar for å drikke, så skal vi ta ansvar. Ja, du tar ansvar. Da fyller jeg dette. Vi har et godt samarbeid. Ja. Ja, jeg holder i slangen hans og han... Ja, du treffer noen tåler bra da. Ja, det er jo det. Det er ikke noe å si på den strålen, ingen urolog ville sagt noe på det. Nei, det er ikke snakk om. Du har fiskesprit. Ja, du har en god sprut. Det er god prosa som legger seg. Din alder, så jeg har tatt på. Dette er veldig bra. We're very happy there's no subtitles on this part. Now we talk. Men jeg kan kjenne til å gå oppskåper da. Oppskåper skal ikke utdanne deg igjen da? Ja, men der er mest. Men hva da? Der er mest. Blir det onsdag? Jeg klarer å ete som alle dager, hvis... Det er jo en ganske klar. Han er sånn som trenger tid til enes. Ja.
Men har ikke du et hold, har ikke du hold på brewing og i natta?
Ja, det får se da.
Ja.
Og hvem skulle være her?
Jeg tror Ivar vil ha noe på seg. Ja, såpass sier jeg.
Ja, ok, såpass. Har han noe sånn plass alle ganger?
Ja, men Vettaup står på for. Ja, det må jo få. Ja, vi kan jo det.
Da kjører vi en yeast-brewing.
Ja. Ja, du mener det?
Ja, det blir gøy. Kjører en yeast-brewing.
Maybe Arvid can take a reading, see, check the temperature as we go and report to the camera.
Ivar, tror du kan hente på? Så er det jo
So we're down to Arvid. What temperature are we at?
17.1.
Yeah, so we cooled down quite a bit already.
Sure. Få noe, litt lite fra bålen da også.
Det er masse varme derfra,
Ja. Men du ikke så amerikansk, så du ikke legger ut.
Jeg synes du skal bli sånn mer ved på henne.
Nei, men jeg kan ikke ta noe, eller? Nei, det er litt for koselig.
Ja, vi er på bålet.
Det er sant, ja. Har du eldhus, eller?
Nei,
Grue med. Jeg kommer opp til skjedd.
Der er det mye moro.
Du, inviter meg neste gang.
Ja, eller si når du har tid.
Jeg har tid. Jeg har tid.
Jeg skal gjerne, jeg har 125 kilo til med korn umelta som jeg skal gjerne ha brukt.
Umelta?
Ja.
Ja, men skal du mette da?
Ja, det kjøper jeg. Det kan du bare kjøpe.
Du har, sa du?
Umelta, ja.
Ja, du har umelta.
Ja. Men hvis jeg kjøper melta, så er det rett bort på buet.
Ja. Har du tenkt å mette?
Jeg vil gjerne ha melta ferdig det før jeg begynner å gå på kjøpekorn igjen.
Jeg kunne du tenkt deg å plukka hjemme? Gjort det hjemme? Den i kjøtt?
Jeg har gjort det en uke da.
Det er...
Jo, sånn var jo. Det er bare å kline her. Gjør det hymmestøttene.
Hva sier jeg for du skal ha partere ikke over det andre?
Det er ikke det.
Det er kroppen din.
Det er kroppen min i utenfor.
Det er jeg står imot.
Det er jeg står imot, ja. Neida.
Ja,
det er nok hele typen.
Det er alt. Det er pakko.
Hele pakko.
Det er pakko.
Hele pakko.
Ja.
Sier ord da.
Det er kroppen og sjela.
Du reklamerer med full pakke?
Ja, full pakke. Ja. Jeg sier, du kan ikke bare få en del, du må ta hele.
Ja.
Hele
med. Altså, salgsvisvekten når vi snakker om den der, det var ikke noe, salgsvisvekten.
Ja.
Nei, hva da? Den her, du må ta hele pakken, både meg og oboen. Nei, både meg og oboen.
Okay, while we're waiting for Hornindal to log back on to show us how the fermentation is going, we can answer some more questions. I saw there was one for me up in the chat that was asking about if we at Ethiopian Tej have ever tried to combine Brettanomyces yeast with Kveik. And yes, we do that quite often. The way it usually goes is that we primarily ferment with our house culture, which is Hornindal Kveik based, and then we put it into oak barrels or oak tanks, which contain Brettanomyces yeast among other stuff. And what we see is that, especially the fruity ester profiles that the Kveik make, gets pretty much picked apart by the Brettanomyces, and we get more of a familiar Brettanomyces phenolic funk, of course, but also a fruity ester profile. So it seems that these big, huge ester profiles that the Kveiks are famous for don't really survive Brettanomyces metabolization over time. So in that way, it's not really recognizable as a Kveik primary fermented beer after you put Brettanomyces in it. So we do that for some beers, and for other sour beers, they are basically just fermented with the house Kveik-based culture, and then put into big oak tanks and left for about 2-3 months. And for the big oak tanks, we usually do a Solero system where we take out 1,000 liters out of 2,200 and put 1,000 back in. And of course, there might be some stuff living in that wood that we don't know about, but to the best of our knowledge, those furus are only fermenting on what was in the Kveik. So there's a question here: don't you torpedo your own beer with that, or are you etching your own details into a bigger niche by adding Brett to Kveik? Well, basically, I mean, I haven't really introduced us as a brewery earlier, but we aren't a brewery that makes traditional Norwegian beers. We make, let's say, it's the modern sour beers with inspiration from Nordic brewing traditions and also modern and traditional sour beer brewing from other countries. So we basically take elements of the production process of different farmhouse brewing techniques and raw materials and yeast to make sour beer. So we aren't making traditional beers. So in that sense, we are kind of torpedoing the traditional flavor of these beers when we add the Brettanomyces to them. But what is fascinating to us is that the weird stuff that these traditional brewers do creates totally different flavors and textures and experiences sensory-wise than traditional beer techniques do. And for instance, we base all our ferments on raw wort. We don't actually have a boil kettle at all. We cannot boil the beer, even if we wanted to. I think the biggest kettle we have is 100 liter, and we do 1,000 liter batches, so that would take some time to do. And the perfect example is actually the raw wort in long-term fermentation and barrel aging, because it's a totally different fermentation medium than boiled wort. Essentially, the most important part for flavor development long-term with the raw beer, with Brettanomyces or without Brettanomyces, is the amount of proteins that are still in the wort when it's fermenting. All those proteins that usually gets separated during the hot break and the cold break when you boil, they are still in the wort. And especially when you have bacteria, lactic bacteria in your culture, these will over time basically pick apart the big protein molecules into free amino acids. And these, while proteins in themselves don't have much flavor impact, they have more of a mouthfeel impact, the amino acids do. And especially glutamatic acid, which is, when it hits our tongue, it turns into the umami flavor, is a big part of what separates long-term fermentation and aging of raw beer from boiled beer. And that is something quite unique to what we're doing, because that's not in the tradition. And the long-term aged sour beers that do exist traditionally and modern, they do it on boiled wort. So that's sort of the way in for us. So we aren't trying to recreate these fantastic traditional beers that we have learned about today, but we are heavily inspired by the weird stuff that they do that has blown our minds time and time again. So it's exciting stuff to work with, basically.
Stjørdal, yeah.
And we have some people ready in Stjørdal, I should say. This one. Yep. Let's get them up here. Let's get them on. Yes, Stjørdal, you are on.
Yes, Stjørdal is on with it. Hey.
It's Amund. Yeah, I hear you. You're on.
Yeah, hey Amund. Welcome back to Stjørdal or Skatvar. We are in a good
Thank
shape
you.
now.
I can tell.
As you see, the fermentation has started quite good here. We have this Viking, you know, that has done a clean table here tonight, and he's quite, we have to put him into the bed right now. He's up in the skies. But anyway, the fermentation process of the Stjørdal beers has started quite good. It's bubbling nice here now. Roar, are you with me?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm with you.
So from the fermentation, the process is going good. We have to keep the fermentation at approximately. Hey, Jørund.
There we are.
Everything is going good.
Go on. I have to interrupt.
Roar, the fermentation is going good.
Yep.
How is the germination?
The kilning is going well. We have been.
It looks
Yes. Yeah. We are going good here in the Sonjus. We fired up the kiln 12 o'clock. So now we are going to turn the malt. People have a little bit different techniques when they turn the malt, and some maltsters turn it every second hour. Some maltsters never turn it. But I turn it once during the kilning process. So, and turning it, it's just like using a shovel and turn it upside down to expose some of the raw malt on top to the fire and get some more caramelization and more color to the malt. So I will just do this. And maybe Jørn has something to add, because he is also a maltster.
Yeah. One of the nice things I think is with this Sonjus malt is that every Sonj brings a special. If you brew with only the homemade malt, you get a special grist mix because you have the. Don't know if you've seen the boards underneath here, but it's wooden boards with a lot of holes in them, and the malt just above the hole gets caramelization, almost, some are even roasted and caramelized, and then the bulk of the malt is pretty light, so you get like a really nice mix of caramel malts and light roasted malts. And that's different from Sonj to Sonj, so that's a nice part of the process.
Yeah, it looks good.
Yeah, it looks really nice. You can see, I guess it's still quite sticky on the top, but when you turn it, you get the moisture under again. It goes through once more, and you get some more caramelization from the moisture.
So, Roar, is there? We're looking at the malt now. Is there actual color difference? Can you tell?
Yeah, definitely.
Absolutely.
You can see the one that I turned now. Can you tell it?
Yes. Nice.
Quite black. So some of these grains you could probably call caramel malts. So, yeah. It adds to the complexity. We only use one kind of malt in the grist when you brew Stjørdal, but yeah, it's quite complex grist none the least, I guess.
Do you feel that it comes out quite consistently from each batch? Anyway, like your beer when you make it.
Yeah, I think so, because I do this quite often. In a normal year, I do this 10 times. Most sun users do it only one or every second year, but when you do it on a regular basis, you kind of get a feeling of it and a touch to it. So I don't measure the temperature anymore, and yeah, you kind of get some experience on how it should be, and you can adjust along the way, because you have to adjust to the malt, you have to adjust to the temperature when germinating, and also the weather when you are kilning.
Roar?
Yep.
Can you say something about Toragsbygg or Sekstrasbygg? Do you have some? What do you prefer?
Yeah, Håvard asked if we prefer 2-row or 6-row. And in Trøndelag, which is quite far north, some of our we prefer 2-row because the kernels on the 6-row tend to be very small, and we get a lot of husk instead of the internal stuff, which we utilize for sugar. So 2-row is by far the most important, most popular grain for making Stjørdal malt.
Okay, guys.
And we also use a lot of different varieties.
We're getting word that
which some are.
Sorry, continue. Yeah, okay, Roar, we're getting word that Voss is getting ready to do something, so I'll put you guys on hold, and I will go to Voss.
Yeah.
So Voss, can you hear me?
Yeah, definitely. We can hear you.
Nice. What's happening?
We are done cooling. We are at 40 degrees, so we're at pitching temperature. We're just disinfecting the fermentation buckets, getting them ready, and getting ready to transfer the beer to the fermenters and pitch Kveik.
How are you disinfecting?
We're using a very modern and industrial method of Norwegian acid.
It's an excellent choice.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you. Den ligger bak deg i hjørnet der, i den kassa der, den blanke slangen du snakker om, eller? Den ligger i hjørnet der, kveila opp i kassa der. So Jon is rinsing out the last of the fermenters now, just splashing the disinfectant around.
Doug, can you get some piece of hose? Maybe I have to get you have because the other here is stuck. Borti eldhuset der. Så bare kutte av en god hever.
Cut a piece of the hose you got there.
Kan jeg gjøre det?
Yeah, that's been well rinsed through, so just disinfect it and we're ready to go.
So, Doug, how would they disinfect the equipment in older days?
They'd boil it, I guess.
No, spraykelog.
Juniper infusion.
Juniper.
With hot boiling juniper infusion.
Bruker det samme som...
Say it in English, guys. If you got the answer, then...
I think rinse everything after the boiling, except the kettle that we rinse before brewing. But the rest we rinse with the spraykelog, einalog, eller juniper infusion. So then it's good to go. Warm juniper infusion. Yeah.
All right. So. Are we going to stay on, Norman? Do you want us to stay on for the transfer and pitching?
Yes, please.
Okay. Yeah. We got a lot of hands here. If you need a hand, Kjetil, then we can help you.
Yes, okay. We just go to the. I'm gonna suck out this brew.
Ta kameraet ned i bøtten. Here. Kjetil, gikk det greit?
Det gikk jævlig godt.
Ja,
det smakte godt da. Det var godt humla, kjente jeg.
Det var godt humla. Ja. Da kommer dyna til å løfte seg i morgen tidlig, for å si det.
Martin, han kommer med
Kom inn.
Altså, så lenge vi ikke har Hornindal med oss, så kan vi liksom bare se på det her.
Da vil ikke søtt, eller var det bittert?
Altså, det som er igjen
Balansert?
Det er noen til deg her da. Men jeg vet ikke. Det der er et jævlig bra spørsmål. Jeg vet ikke når det ble. Det er sikkert noen spesifikke. Men det er jo bra spørsmål. Ja, det er
Ta litt rett ned, låk rett oppi her.
Jo.
Ja,
So while Voss is transferring the word, we're gonna answer some of the remaining questions. I hope Voss will figure out some way to let me know when they want the sound back to pitch the yeast. Meanwhile, I'll answer some questions. So Are Gulbrandsen asks about the original Hornindal Kveik. That also contained bacteria. And he's asking, can we explain that the bacteria in the Hornindal Kveik actually contribute to the flavor now 5 years later? And I'm sorry to say that we have made no progress on that, unfortunately. So I tried to ask Mohammed earlier today, like who could I talk to get more results on this yeast or on this bacteria, and nobody seems to know. I don't know any researchers who work on this kind of thing. So if you're watching now, please call me tomorrow, okay?
Maybe milk fermentations? Maybe milk fermentations.
Yeah, there are people who work on milk fermentation. There is a guy at Nofima who's an expert on lactobacillus, but only lactobacillus. And there is a lactobacillus in this Kveik, but there are also other bacteria. So yeah, if you know some experts on bacteria, please get in touch. I would love to know more about this. I have this Kveik still frozen, this vintage that we use. So
food ferments cheese. Food ferments cheese.
Yeah, anything. Yeah.
People researching that bound to look into bacteria.
Yeah. Oh, I'm just suggesting we might find somebody who works on cheese or dairy, but I need to find them. That's the problem. Okay, we have a question from Nathan Anderson. So in my book, I talk about Raminos Shishas in Lithuania. I wrote in the book that he uses Nakazawa Holsti, but I looked at my notes recently, and it turns out I'm sorry, but I got that part wrong. So he has Saccharomyces cerevisiae in his yeast, and also Nakazawa Holsti. So probably the Nakazawa is like Brett or the Biomyces sanseni. It's just adding on. So Mohammed has not looked at this because Raminos Shishas is very protective of his yeast. He will not talk about it, and the only person in the family who's allowed to even go near the yeast is his eldest daughter, who's going to take over the brewery. So I did a very bad thing in sending it to NCYC, but at least we got a little bit of information. And then they just froze it, and they haven't touched it since. So yeah, we don't know anything more about that, unfortunately. There's a question from Mark. Do you prefer your beer carbonated? I don't really. To be brutally honest, I don't. I'm a huge fan of English cask ale, which I really like. I feel like not having so much carbonation allows the malty flavors to stand out more, and I like that a lot. And that's also why I like farmhouse ale, because of the lack of fermentation, lack of carbonation. It's not that I hate carbonation. I can perfectly well enjoy a beer that has carbonation. But often I don't enjoy it so much. Are is expanding on his question by saying that the mystery about the bacteria in Hornindal is why it doesn't go sour. Yeah, yeah, that's true. We don't know the answers to that either, unfortunately. Um, okay, just giving some instructions to Voss. Rush Paget wants to know if juniper inhibits bacteria in the same way the hops do. That's been that's been kind of a strange thing. So people in Finland, people in Norway, people in Sweden, people way into Russia, everyone says that yes, juniper is a disinfectant. But there's been zero research on this until the summer when a Norwegian master's student published her thesis. And the thesis has, in fact, several experiments with juniper infusion that she did. And she did them very carefully, like very systematically and clearly. So, oh dear me, we're going to be thrown out in 30 minutes. Because we're hitting the crowdcast limit again. And they show very clearly that yes, juniper does have antibacterial effect. So yes, it does work. I'm trying to get this master student to publish this part of her work as a paper, and she said she was interested in that, and she would try to do it. I will also write it up as a blog post so that people will get the basic information. I got her permission to do that, so there will be something published on this, but I need to finish the Finnish Sahti expedition series first, and that might take several months, but it will get published. Okay, Robert wants to know how warm it is in the garage. Unfortunately, we are completely unable to contact the Hornindal guys. As you can see, they are having a good time. They're drinking beer, they're talking. But I've tried to call Stig, I've sent him SMS. We have no connection with them. But the Tollef was paying attention and saw that the thermometer showed 11.4 degrees in the garage. So that is probably the answer. Thank you, Tollef, for figuring this out. Let's see. Torkjell is asking, what does Sigmund know about the history of the Kveik that he has? So he got Kveik from a neighbor when he moved to the farm where he lives now and started brewing there. That Kveik apparently came from Bhutan, if I remember correctly. But then he mixed in Kveik from the family farm, Gjernes. And at Gjernes, they used to get their Kveik from the farm Veka in Bhutan. I don't know exactly who lived at Veka, so that's a hole in my research. I'll try to find that out later. But it's interesting what he said as kind of the summary to all of this, which was that Kveik has been forever traveling around the village, like circulating from person to person. So I think Sigmund's... Oh, okay, Voss is now on. So I think Sigmund's view on this is that it's the Voss Kveik. Okay, I will switch to Voss, which seems to be ready.
Ikke sett den for nærmere nå.
Ja.
Det er ikke helt ferdig ennå.
That's the Kveik. Nobody seems to be saying anything. So I'll turn the sound from Voss off. Maybe do another question then, if there is one. So Danny is asking how phenolic is beer with Eden Blå, and is any yeast-derived phenolic masked by the smoke flavor? Yeah, with the with the Eden Blå and Stjørdal, you can't really pick up the phenolic character. But my experience with Eden Blå in general is that yes, it's phenolic, but it's not like it's hugely phenolic. Less so than what you get in many Belgian beers, to put it that way. Tommy Olsen says, many people have said that long-term storage of raw ale doesn't work, but he's stored raw ale for 6 months and it kept on getting better, slowly souring and funking up. Is there a limit to how long a raw ale can be stored, apart from the normal aging issues? At the festival, I think last year, 2019, Ståle Raftevold served us his beer that he brewed for the festival the year before. It was perfectly fine. Like normal storage issues, but otherwise just great. And then there was the circuit board competition. Ahmed and I were at the homebrewing competition in Norwegian, which is in the Kveik area and also raw ale area. And there was only modern beers in the homebrewing competition. But after the locals knew that I'd written this book about Norwegian farmhouse ale, so they asked me to say some words, and I couldn't help it. I had to tell them that I felt it was really weird that they didn't have any of their own beers, and they only had copies of foreign stuff. And then when I sat down, the guy next to me, like literally 50 centimeters away, turned around and said, "Would you like to try some raw ale?" And he had this huge plastic canister with beer that was 2 years old, and it was fine. So I don't know what the...
Different, but fine.
It was different, as Owen says, but it was fine. So what is the limit? I don't know. I'm not sure it's different from raw ale that isn't raw, really. I guess it's the answer to that. Litt bekymret for at vi ikke ser ut til å ha noe kontakt med David.
Jeg har ikke en sjanse til å svare. Han vet at du vet på.
Han har sett det, ikke sant?
Ja, men da prøver jeg sikkert å finne ut av.
Okay, we will keep going. Susan Verberg wants to know if the yeast ring is going to be included in the Kveik UNESCO proposal and the possible connection with the medieval times. Yeah, I guess it was kind of a mistake to start answering this because I don't know. But from what Atle Ove said, it absolutely sounded that way because they wanted to document everything way back into history. Like he was quoting this 1241 letter from the Archbishop to the Pope and so on. So I would imagine so. I should have let Atle Ove answer this, but we're having a bit of difficulty connecting with Voss, so I think we will let Voss just do their thing. Okay, we seem to have exhausted the... Eric wants to know if any of the beers in the competition were carbonated. Yes, I think the one that made third place, and also the two from Toysjelaustad, but other than that, no, generally not. And I think maybe it was Eric that had the question earlier about the regions that these beers came from. So to do it from fifth place up, the fifth place beer from Sigurd Johan Saure was a Kornøl, but not from Hornindal, Sykkelven style, which is very similar, but not exactly the same. The fourth place was Toysjelaustad. He's a modern home brewer, but
pro brewer.
Yeah, and also a professional brewer. That's right. And he was mixing in some Stjørdal malt, and so that beer was from Norway, I would say. And number 3, the one with the herbs, that was also just, it was a beer from Norway, not any specific place, I would say. And the first and second place were obviously Stjørdal, right? With the sognhus and everything. Ooh, somebody popped up another question. Jan Prashaver. I can't. The Czech R with the hot Czech. I can't say that. In the competition, do you consider diacetyl as a fault? No. I mean, we try not to follow the modern homebrewing off flavor kind of thinking. So the diacetyl, if it fits the beer and it tastes nice, then that's fine. And if the diacetyl kind of stands out and makes the beer less enjoyable, then we consider it a fault. So we don't have any fixed concept of what is a good flavor and what is a bad flavor. It's the beer as a whole.
And also, diacetyl hasn't really popped up that much.
That's true. Amund says that we haven't really had a lot of diacetyl in that, and that's true. I can't think of an example with diacetyl. And now Voss says that they have put everything in the right place.
Skal du ta glass og pitche det, sant?
Yeah.
Sorry, can you repeat the question, if there was a question?
There wasn't a question, so we're just handing over to you, that's all.
Okay, yeah, cool. We are ready to pitch the Kveik. So, Sahti stores it wet, obviously, as a slurry in a jar like this. And
first, we can take a taste of the top of it. Make sure it's fresh. Tastes good. And no, this yeast, actually this yeast is a little bit too cold now. It should be a little bit warmer, but it's okay. It just take a little more amount of time to it sets off. But I'm gonna stir a bit like this.
And guys, is it customary to do the kauking here at Voss?
No.
No?
We never do that here in Voss.
No.
You're kind of controlled.
We could do it, but we don't do it any time. But sometimes we do it in secrets if we are alone. Maybe screaming and some black metal tunes into the dance, and it's gonna be extra good.
Okay.
And evil.
It depends on the purpose of the beer.
Yeah.
Yeah. If it's a wedding beer or a bust.
Black metal scream.
In the shadows of the
For example.
But that's a very local custom, isn't it? The
Yes.
black metal thing?
I think it's good to, isn't this a cultural program? You have to, the Norwegian black metal is pretty important of our heritage as well. It's new, but it's gonna stand forever, I think, with kind of Ibsen, Kveik and black metal.
So you're just distributing the amount you have on the three
Yeah, I'm not
fermenting.
afraid to use much Kveik.
No?
No. My experience is that that is fine.
Did you select the Kveik you're pitching now from the previous brew, or did you just take up all the slurry, or did you like do anything to it?
From the bottom and have been have this Kveik for several brewings now, at least. Yeah. I don't know how many, but some.
So
just store it, take it from the bottom, store it like in jars, and put it in a dark cellar with good earth temperature, like this, with this big stone walls in the cellar. So yeah, that's perfect.
how many liters of finished beer did you make today?
It's approximately 110 liters or something. It's gonna be when I'm finished with fermentation.
Fermentation.
Fermentation. Then I think I will have good 80 liters with nice beer.
And how much after uppskaka?
How much after uppskaka? You never know. Never know. Yes, but I hope you all have enjoyed this stream tonight all over the world. And I would say it was a pleasure to be here with you today. So I hope you see you soon. Okay, Ivar, just play on with your tunes.
Yeah, that kind of concludes this brewing session from us.
Yeah.
If there are questions, we're happy to answer them. If not, we're ready to pass it on to you guys at Oslo. In Oslo.
Yeah, I think we'll round it off now. But thank you guys. This was excellent.
Nice. Have a good time, Marius.
Go. We'll try my best. Hope to see you all soon. Okay. Yeah, so Crowdcast is going to throw us out soon because we're about to hit the 6-hour limit again. So that's the end of another Kornølfestival, the 5th. And I want to thank everyone who's been watching, everyone who's been asking questions, everyone who's given money. Our 3 great speakers, and Nika, and also Jeremy. That was a real shame we didn't get that to work. And of course, all of you in Stjørdal, Voss, Hornindal, Amen here, the judges. And congratulations to Jørund again. Viking power. And all the other homebrewers. Depending on how negotiations with the virus go, there might be a festival in Hornindal next year. If not, I guess we will play the video from this year over again. No, we might think of something digital. We'll see. I hope you all got something out of this. I hope you enjoyed it. Go brew a traditional beer. And I hope to see you next year. Preferably in Hornindal. You want to say something?
No, I'm good.
Amen is good. Then we set out to do a 12-hour broadcast, and it clocked in at 11 hours and 49 minutes. I think that's pretty good for farmhouse brewers who don't like to measure things precisely. Yeah. Goodbye. Have a nice Saturday.